You are listening to Meditations, the private writings of Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher king who ruled not only an empire, but also strove to rule himself. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, born on the 26th of April in the year 121. His given name was Marcus Annius Verus, a child of nobility and a descendant, it is said, of Numa, the second king of Rome. So it was that the most religious of emperors came from the line of the most pious of early kings. His father, Annius Verus, held high office in Rome, and his grandfather of the same name was honored thrice as consul. Both of his parents died while Marcus was still young, yet he cherished their memory with deep love. Upon his father's death, the boy was adopted by his grandfather, the elder Annius Verus, and between them grew a bond of warmth and wisdom. On the very first page of his writings, Marcus speaks with quiet gratitude. From his grandfather, he learned to be gentle and meek, to restrain his temper, and to hold back the flame of anger. The Emperor Hadrian, who saw promise in the boy, called him not Verus, but Verissimus, the truest of the true. He granted Marcus the rank of knight at just 6 years old, and by 8 he had made him a member of the ancient Salian priesthood. Even his bloodline moved with destiny. His aunt, Annia Galeria Faustina, was married to Antoninus Pius, who would later become emperor himself. Antoninus had no son, and so he adopted Marcus, changing his name to the one history remembers, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. He was betrothed to Antoninus's daughter, Faustina. His education was shaped with the utmost care. The finest teachers were summoned to Rome for him, and under their guidance, Marcus devoted himself to the strict, honest path of the Stoic philosophers. He was taught to dress simply, to live plainly, to reject softness and renounce luxury. And though his body was frail, his will was strong. He trained it with discipline, through wrestling, hunting, and long days in the open air. He once faced the wildest boars with fearless resolve. Still, he remained distant from the excesses of Roman society. At the time, the circus stirred the hearts of Rome. The chariot races consumed the city, each team flying the colors of red, blue, white, or green. And their followers were fanatical. Violence and corruption followed in their wake. But Marcus kept away from it all with solemn discipline. In the year 140, Marcus Aurelius rose to the rank of consul. By 145, he fulfilled his betrothal with marriage to Faustina. 2 years later, she gave birth to a daughter. And soon, further honors were bestowed upon him, the tribunate and imperial dignity. Thus began the long journey of the philosopher-emperor, the man who would write, not for glory, but for the soul. In the year 161, Antoninus Pius died. Marcus Aurelius assumed the imperial throne. He did not take it alone. He immediately shared power with Lucius Saonius Commodus, renamed Lucius Verus, adopted like Marcus by Antoninus himself. Together they were to rule, the elder guiding the younger. But peace was not to last. War soon rose on every side. In the east, King Vologesus III of Parthia launched a revolt long in the making. A Roman legion was wiped out, and Syria was under siege. Verus was dispatched in haste to confront the danger. But while Rome expected a soldier, they received a spectacle. Verus gave himself to wine and indulgence. The war was left to his generals. Soon after, Rome faced an even graver threat. Tribes along the northern frontier gathered in alliance. the Marcomanni, the Quadi, the Sarmatians, the Catti, the Jageses. A storm of pressure closed in from the wilderness, and at the heart of the empire came plague and famine. The pestilence had come with Varus's legions, and floods had swept away the grain. Marcus did all he could. Even the imperial jewels were sold to raise funds to feed the people. Then he went to war. Both emperors marched north to face the barbarian horde, a struggle that would endure through the rest of Marcus's life. In 169, Lucius Verus died. Marcus pressed on alone. We cannot follow each battle in detail, but one thing is clear: Rome prevailed. And much of the victory was due to Marcus Aurelius himself. He led the army with resolve and with wisdom in choosing his commanders. Pertinax would become one such man. There were many battles. One became legend. In 174, the Romans faced the Quadi. The tide of battle turned against them. Then, suddenly, a great storm broke across the sky. Thunder cracked. Rain poured down upon the parched Romans. Lightning struck fear into the enemy ranks. The barbarians turned and fled. Later, it was said the storm came in answer to the prayers of Christian soldiers in the legion, and so it was called the Thundering Legion. Though the name predates this tale, the story lived on, carved in stone on the Antonine Column in Rome. But no sooner had one war ended than another began. In the east, a new danger stirred. Avidius Cassius, a famed general from the Parthian campaigns, plotted a rebellion. Believing Marcus was dead, he proclaimed himself emperor. Marcus was alive and deeply grieved. He longed to avoid civil war. He spoke no harsh word of Cassius, but hoped only to grant him pardon. Before Marcus could reach the east, Cassius was slain by his own men. The emperor rejected the severed head brought to him. He would not even meet the murderers. But sorrow followed him. On this same journey, his wife, Faustina, died. And upon returning to Rome, Marcus held a solemn triumph. Then he returned to the battlefield, to Germany, to duty. His campaign was victorious, but the years of hardship, the wars, the grief, the weight of empire had worn him down. His health, never strong, gave way. And on the 17th of March, 180, Marcus Aurelius died in Pannonia. He left behind a broken household. Faustina had borne him many children, and he loved them dearly. But they passed, one by one. At his death, only one remained, Commodus, weak, unworthy. Commodus became emperor, and in mere months he undid the careful peace his father had won. In 12 years, his cruelty would earn him a reputation of blood and madness. History, too, whispered of Faustina. Scandal accused her of betrayal, of intrigue with Cassius. But no firm evidence survives. And Marcus never doubted her. He loved her to the end. As a soldier, Marcus was capable and victorious. As an administrator, he was wise and devoted. He did not dream of remaking the world, but simply of doing his duty. He aimed to root out corruption and to hold justice above all else. He made laws to protect the weak. He gave comfort to the fatherless. He funded orphanages. He sent aid to suffering provinces. He upheld the dignity of Rome with quiet strength. And yet, the darkest shadow upon his name remains: the persecution of the Christians. Under his rule, martyrs died: Justin in Rome, Polycarp in Smyrna. Fanaticism stirred in the provinces, and faithful lives were extinguished. Perhaps he did not know. But if he did not know, then, in his own words, he failed in his duty. From the way he spoke of the early Christians, it's clear he never truly understood them. He judged them not through direct experience, but through whispers, through what others had said. Even the emperor, the philosopher king, fell short of his own principles. He too judged from hearsay, not from truth. To a thoughtful mind, the old religion of Rome offered little real comfort. Its myths were often strange, absurd even. Its gods, petty, vengeful, far from moral. Worship in Rome was not about virtue. It was a transaction. Men brought offerings, spoke the prayers, performed the rituals. And in return, they expected protection, luck, favor. But right and wrong, goodness, they had little place in the equation. Perhaps that is why the new faith seemed so radical, why it threatened the old order. It asked not for sacrifice, but for change, not for ritual, but for truth. And so, as had happened in Greece, the sincere, the searching turned to philosophy. Under the early empire, two great schools emerged, two voices speaking to the soul: Stoicism and Epicureanism. Their goals, on the surface, were much the same. The Stoics sought apatheia, a freedom from the tyranny of emotion. The Epicureans pursued ataraxia, a calm, undisturbed peace. Yet history remembers them differently. Stoicism became the name for inner strength and quiet resilience. Epicureanism for indulgence and pleasure without limits. Here we set aside Epicurus and turn toward the porch, toward the path of Marcus Aurelius. Zeno of Citium, born in Cyprus around 350 BC, was the founder of the Stoic way. Cyprus, a meeting place between East and West. Perhaps through Asia Minor, Zeno felt some distant breeze of the East. He studied under Crates the Cynic, but he saw truth across all schools. Eventually, he opened his own, not in a temple, but in a colonnade in Athens known as the Painted Porch, the Stoa Poikile. And so, the Stoics. But Stoicism owes nearly as much to Chrysippus, who lived from 280 to 207 BC. Of him it was said, "But for Chrysippus there had been no porch." He shaped Stoicism into a system. Their aim was simple yet profound: to live consistently, to live, as Zeno put it, in agreement with nature. But this did not mean yielding to every impulse, or living like the beasts. No, to live in harmony with nature, one must first understand nature. And so Stoic philosophy was divided into three parts: physics, to explore the laws of the universe; divine order, the logic of creation; logic, to discipline the mind, to separate truth from illusion; and ethics, to bring that knowledge into the choices of daily life. Their physics taught materialism, but with a soul. They rejected Plato's idea of immaterial forms. To the Stoics, only the material world truly existed. Yet, within all matter lived a divine fire, a rational spirit, a force that shaped and animated all things, called by many names: fire, ether, soul, reason, logos, the ruling principle. In this belief, the world was one body, and God was not apart from it, but within it. The universe, then, is God. And the gods of the people, those figures of myth and legend, are but manifestations, shadows of the divine. The stories, allegories, symbols of a truth beyond their form. The soul of man is not separate. It is an emanation, a fragment of that same divine spirit. One day, it returns to the source from which it came. This divine order, the ruling principle, guides all things to their purpose. It weaves the fabric of the cosmos, not for our good alone, but for the good of the whole. To live in harmony with this design, to work willingly with God, that is the highest calling of man. And for the Stoic, this is what it means to live in accordance with nature. In the individual, virtue is what makes this harmony possible. As providence governs the universe, so too must virtue govern the soul. In their logic, the Stoics explored how we know what is true. They believed that the soul at birth is like a blank scroll, a clean sheet waiting to be written upon. Experience, through the senses, writes impressions. These impressions, called phantasiae, accumulate. And through repeated contact with the world, the soul begins to form general notions, anticipations of truth. But not all impressions are equal. Some strike the soul with irresistible clarity. These are catalepticae phantasiae, graspable impressions. They are so vivid, so true, that they seem to seize the mind. These impressions become the test, the criterion of truth. Even logical reasoning must answer to them. But the heart of Stoicism is in its ethics. The highest good, the only true happiness, is virtue. And the only true evil is vice. There are no shades between them. One is either in harmony with reason and nature, or one is not. Health, illness, wealth, poverty, pleasure, pain, all these things are indifferent. They are not good or evil in themselves. They are merely the setting in which virtue may shine. The ideal sage is complete in himself, sufficient, autarkes. Even on the rack, even in torment, he remains unbroken. He is happy because he possesses the only good that matters, a virtuous soul. No Stoic claimed to be this perfect wise man, but each strove toward it. Just as the Christian seeks the likeness of Christ, the Stoic sought the sage. In time, however, even Stoics recognized the sternness of their ideal. Later teachers softened the doctrine. They divided indifferent things into those preferred, like health, and those rejected, like illness. They introduced a category of actions called kathikonta, appropriate acts. These were not strictly virtuous or vicious, but proper for those still walking the path. Acts of kindness, of care, of justice, and discipline. These marked the way. This was the world Marcus Aurelius lived in, a Roman, an emperor, a Stoic. And in quiet moments, between battles, between griefs, he wrote, for himself, for his soul, to remember who he was and who he was trying to become. Two final truths in the Stoic system deserve special mention. The first is the careful distinction between what lies within our power and what does not. Desire and aversion, judgment and affection, these dwell within the command of our will. But health, wealth, reputation, these lie mostly outside our control. The Stoic must rule himself. He is called to mastery of desire, to command of thought and passion, to govern his life through reason, just as the universe is governed by divine providence. This ideal echoed the Greek virtue of soprosine, moderation, and it found new life later in the ethics of the Christian world. The second great truth is the unity of the universe. The Stoic is not merely a man of Rome, but a citizen of cosmos. He belongs to a great whole. And with that comes a duty to serve, to care, to act as a part of something vaster than himself. Public spirit, once the soul of the ancient world, here becomes cosmopolitan. It crosses borders. It becomes universal. This too would find a mirror in Christian teaching. A fellowship where there is no Greek nor Jew, no bond nor free, but only fellow workers with God. Such was the philosophy beneath the pages of Marcus Aurelius. And yet, we do not turn to Meditations as students looking for doctrine. Marcus was no teacher of a school, no builder of theories. He never meant us to read these words at all. His writings were private, a quiet conversation with his own soul. Not a quest for wisdom, but a search for strength. Not a lecture, but a prayer. The harshness of Zeno, the logic of Chrysippus, all softened and reshaped in him. Marcus Aurelius was reverent, tolerant, gentle, and honest. He held fast to the Stoic way, but infused it with longing, with grace. His philosophy was not merely discipline, but devotion. The Meditations are not a treatise. They are a refuge. They are the whispered thoughts of a man trying to be good in an empire grown heavy. They are reminders to himself how to endure, how to lead, how to live, how to carry the weight and not let it crush the soul. Yet one great difference remains. The imitation is written for others, the Meditations for the author alone. From imitation, we learn little of its writer. From Meditations, we come to know the emperor's soul. These are not sermons, not even confessions. Confessions carry performance. They seek an audience, even if it be only God. But Marcus never plays a part. He extenuates nothing, yet nothing is set down in malice. There is no vanity in these pages, only sincerity. And through them, a lofty, serene spirit unfolds before us. He is not a man struggling with vulgar vice. There are no chains he strives to break. The faults he sees in himself are the ones most men would never see at all. His aim is to serve the divine spark within, to keep it pure, free from violent emotion, from vanity, from discontent, to remain unspotted by pleasure, undaunted by pain, to be always courteous, always considerate. Whatsoever any man does or says, thou must be good. The offender is to be pitied, not hated, corrected, but with gentleness, and always, always open to learn something better. The best kind of revenge, he writes, is not to become like unto them. These thoughts, it seems, came in the wake of real moments. Forgiveness not imagined, but practiced. Perhaps he has fallen short, and so sets down these maxims to steady his soul again. And they are no idle words. When Avidius Cassius rose in rebellion, Marcus showed the world his deepest principle, that evil must be overcome with good. Even to the unthankful, nature has given an antidote: goodness, meekness. He was gentle to his enemies and generous to his friends. In the very first book of Meditations, he offers thanks to his grandfather for gentleness of spirit, to his father for courage and decency, to his mother for reverence, charity, and simplicity, to his teacher Rusticus for showing him that his life still needed reform, to Apollonius for calm, freedom, gratitude, and love of truth. To each, he owed something. To none did he think evil. Thus, in these quiet pages, we see a man not made holy by miracles, but made noble by effort, not beyond struggle, but faithful within it, not seeking glory, but goodness. These are the meditations of Marcus Aurelius, a man who ruled the world and still sought to rule his soul. If Marcus Aurelius held in his heart something close to the Christian ideal of virtue, then it is all the more remarkable because he lacked the faith that makes Christians strong. He could say, either there is a God, and then all is well. Or, if all things go by chance, yet mayest thou use thine own providence in the things that concern thee. In another place he writes, we must needs grant that there is a nature which governs the universe. But as for himself, his place in that vast scheme feels small. He speaks of no personal reward beyond this life, only a serenity of soul, attained here and now. O my soul, he writes, the time will come when thou shalt be good, simple, more visible than the body that encloses thee. But this is not a vision of heaven. It is a hope for calm, for stillness, for purity in the present. The world, its fame, its riches, all is vanity. The gods, if they care at all, care for the universe, not for Marcus in particular. And this he accepts. His gods, at least, are better than the gods of older Stoics, who sat aloof and cold. But still, his hope is faint. He rarely speaks of death with any promise. No mention of reward, no reunion of souls. At most, he trusts that nothing is ever destroyed. Perhaps his soul, like a drop, will return to the sea of the universe. And yet, though he believed this, he must have felt at times how little comfort it brings. He says, thou hast taken ship, thou hast sailed, thou art come to land. Go out. If to another life, there too shalt thou find the gods. That does not sound like cold theory. It sounds like longing. If this world is but a dream, might there not be an awakening? When he speaks of change, of death, he sees it as part of nature's wisdom. Even a grain of wheat is not quickened except it die. So many of his words echo the thoughts of St. Paul, though he knew nothing of Paul's letters. Strange, then, that the emperor, most resembling a Christian in character, had nothing kind to say of the Christians. To him, they were only zealots, set on opposition. As philosophy, the meditations are not rigorous, but Marcus was too sincere to miss the truths that mattered. He saw what most ancient religions missed. They were bound up in rites, concerned with acts, not intent. He understood it is the heart that drives the deed. As thy thoughts and daily meditations are, he wrote, so shall thy soul become. Every page shows his purpose, to drill the soul, to prepare it in peace, so that in crisis it will not waver. To wait for the emergency is to be too late. Still, a rare chance had been given him to prove what the soul can endure. Most peaceful of warriors, a philosopher upon a throne, a quiet man flung into noise and chaos, a man who longed only for the modest joys of home and was given instead the weight of a world. He was the father of children, many of whom he buried, and one who lived to betray his legacy. He dreamed of private contentment and was born to public suffering. His life was a paradox, and fittingly, his death came not in comfort, but in camp, face to face with the enemy, still at war, still in service. There he passed away and went to his own place. So begins the journey, not in thunder or glory, but in quiet reflection. Marcus does not speak to crowds, he speaks to himself, and in doing so, he speaks to us. These meditations are not for admiration, they are for action, for the soul that stumbles and chooses to rise again. If you've ever longed for stillness in chaos, clarity in doubt, or strength in silence, then walk with him page by page. Book 1 of Meditations is unlike any other in the work. Before the emperor offers philosophy, he offers gratitude. Here, Marcus Aurelius turns inward, remembering the people who shaped his soul, his family, his teachers, his mentors. He does not praise their status, but their character, their gentleness, discipline, humility, and quiet strength. This book is not about conquest or power. It is about the virtues passed from one generation to the next, and the deep debt he feels to those who helped him live rightly. Before reflection, before command, there is remembrance. This is Meditations, Book 1, presented by Rust Books. Verse 1. Of my grandfather Varus, I have learned to be gentle and meek, to refrain from all anger and passion. From the fame and memory of him who begot me, I have learned both shamefastness and manlike behavior. To the fame and mother of mine, I have learned to be religious, to be bountiful, and to forbear, not only to do no evil, but not even to intend it, to content myself with a spare diet, and to flee all excess, as often follows great wealth. Of my great-grandfather, I learned to frequent public schools and lectures, to seek out worthy teachers at home, and to never think it too costly when money is spent on knowledge. Verse 2. Of him that brought me up, I learned not to be fondly attached to either of the great factions of chariot racing in the circus, the prosceni or the Veneti, nor in the amphitheater, to favor the gladiators or fencers, whether the Parmilari or the Secutores. Moreover, to endure labor, to need few things. When I have work to do it myself, rather than rely on others, to avoid meddling in many affairs, and not to accept slander easily. Verse 3. Of Diognetus, I learned not to busy myself with vain pursuits, not to believe easily in what is commonly said, especially by those who claim to work wonders, sorcerers, conjurers, impostors, and their talk of charms, of spirits cast out, and signs in the air, gently amused, not to keep quails for sport, nor to be mad for trivial games, firm and fair, not to be offended by another man's freedom of speech, and to turn my attention seriously toward philosophy. To him I owe thanks for first hearing Bacchius, then Tandisus and Marcianus, that I wrote dialogues in my youth, that I admired the philosopher's humble couch, the coarse cloaks, and all the simple practices that belong to those who truly seek wisdom. Verse 4. To Rusticus I am deeply beholden. It was from him that I first came to see my life needed redress and cure.
He taught me to avoid the ambition of the sophists, never to write long-winded treatises on empty theories, or to deliver lofty speeches on virtue in public halls. He guided me away from showing off physical strength or parading myself as capable in bodily exercises. Because of him, I let go of rhetoric, of poetry, of polishing language for elegance sake. I gave up walking the house in fine robes and all that ostentatious nonsense. He taught me to write letters, plain, direct, sincere, without affectation or vanity, like the one he once sent to my mother from Cyniessa. He showed me how to forgive, easily and gladly, whenever someone who had wronged me was willing to make peace, to read with care, to look beneath the surface, to never accept common opinion without question. And I thank him for placing into my hands the writings of Epictetus, his Hippomnemata, his moral reflections, which Rusticus gave me as his own. Verse 5. Narrator, respectful and firm. From Apollonius, I learned the meaning of true liberty, an unwavering steadfastness, to value nothing at all above right reason, softly resolute, in pain, in the loss of a child, in the face of long illness, to be always the same man. He lived as a visible example, showing that a man could be both intense and composed, firm and full of mercy. He never lost patience with students who struggled, never took offense at the ignorance of his listeners. He was a true Stoic, yet never made a show of it. Even his skill in teaching, his rare ability to explain the great Stoic truths, he regarded lightly. And from him I learned how to receive favors with grace, not to be weakened by them, nor to feel obliged, but also never to ignore them with coldness or pride. Verse 6. Narrator, gentle warmth. Of Sextus, I learned mildness, and what it means to govern a household with true paternal affection, quiet admiration, to live in harmony with nature, to carry dignity without affectation, to pay close attention to the dispositions of my friends, not to be offended by the ignorant, and not to confront those carried by public opinion with harshness or superiority. His conversation was a lesson in itself. He could make anyone feel welcome, even more pleasing than the flatterer, yet still earn deep respect. He had a rare gift, the ability to clearly and methodically lay out what a man must know and how he must live. Calm reverence. He never showed even a trace of anger or any other passion. He perfectly embodied Stoic apatheia, yet remained tender-hearted. He was respected by all, yet lived without noise or pride. A scholar who made little show of his learning. Verse 7. From Alexander the grammarian, I learned to be blameless in my own speech, without harshly correcting others. If someone made a mistake in grammar, a slip of pronunciation, or a clumsy phrase, I learned not to rebuke them publicly, but rather to respond naturally and kindly, by saying it right, or confirming their point tactfully, to correct without wounding, to guide without shaming. Verse 8. Whatever you love, whatever you aim to do it always as if death might come for you this very moment. And as for death, if there are gods, then it is no evil to leave the company of men. Surely the gods would not harm you. But if there are no gods, or if they are indifferent to human affairs, why should I care to remain in a world without gods, without divine reason? But gods there are, and they do care for the world. As for what is truly evil, like vice or injustice, they have placed that within your power to avoid. And if there were any other real evils, they would have given you the means to avoid those too. So,
Why fear what cannot wound the soul? Life and death, honor and dishonor, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty. They visit the good and bad alike, because none of them by themselves are either shameful or praiseworthy. Verse 9. Think how swiftly all things vanish, how quickly the world dissolves them into nothing. Bodies into dust and substance, memories into the silence of time. And think especially of those worldly things that ensnare us, pleasures that tempt, fears that haunt, praises that dazzle. See them for what they are, cheap, corruptible, devoid of truth and lasting form. Verse 10. The wise man asks, from whose voices does honor come? Who are these people we so eagerly hope to impress? And what is death if you strip it of the illusions we wrap it in? Look at it plainly, a function of nature, like the falling of a leaf. To fear nature's own work is to be a child again. Death is not only natural, it is necessary. It belongs to the same rhythm that gave you life. Verse 11. From my brother Severus, I learned to be kind and loving to all within my house and family. Through him, I came to know the lives and virtues of Thrasa, Helvius, Cato, Dio, and Brutus. It was he who first awakened in me the desire for an equal commonwealth, governed by justice and fairness, and for a kingdom in which nothing matters more than the welfare of the people. From him also, I learned consistency, a life devoted to philosophy, undistracted by lesser cares. He taught me generosity, liberality in full measure, to hope for the best, and to trust that my friends truly love me. In him, I observed honesty in reproof, a plain, open heart, so that any friend of his would know without doubt what he liked and what he disapproved, for he was always clear, always sincere. Verse 12. From Claudius Maximus, I learned to master myself, to be firm in all things, and never tossed about by external forces, to remain cheerful and courageous in moments of sudden hardship, even in sickness. He taught me the power of mildness, of moderation, and of seriousness in duty. Whatever task he took on, he completed it fully, without complaint. When he spoke, men believed him. They trusted that what he said, he truly thought, and that what he did with good intent. He never rushed, but was never slow, never astonished, never dejected, never unseemly. He never laughed too loud, never grew angry or suspicious. He was always ready to do good, to forgive, to speak the truth. He lived as one who had never needed correcting, as though he had always been good. No one thought themselves lesser in his presence, and no one believed they were better. He was pleasant and gracious. Verse 13. From my father, I learned gentleness without weakness, strength without display. He was a man of measured grace, unshaken in his decisions, yet always open to truth, to others, to change that served the common good. He bore his honors without vanity, worked tirelessly, never expecting recognition. He listened, truly listened, to any man who spoke from concern for the whole. His sense of justice was deep and impartial. He knew when firmness was right and when mercy was wiser than law. He lived cleanly, untouched by vice, and never used rank as a shield to distance himself from others. He expected no ceremonial attendance, no flattery, no show of loyalty. He simply led. When life interrupted his work, he returned to it without complaint, as if nothing had changed, because within he had not changed. His mind was rigorous, never satisfied with half-truths or shallow answers. He preserved his friendships with tenderness and loyalty, never cold, never clingy, balanced in love. He carried a cheerful face into all things, planned with foresight, yet never panicked when plans fell apart. He suppressed flattery with a glance, kept every account of public money with care, and bore his critics with the quiet dignity of a man who had nothing to hide. He never worshipped out of fear. He never served opinion. He stood always for what was right. He enjoyed what he had, but never boasted. And when fortune took it away, he did not mourn its passing. He needed no lavish praise, only truth, only wisdom, only order. He honored philosophers and never mocked those who fell short. His company was a pleasure, always gracious but never cloying. He tended his health with care, but not obsession. He knew how to live well without being enslaved by the need to live long. He bent when others were better, gave way when reason proved him wrong, lifted up those who had gifts, and let them shine. He imitated the old ways, not to be seen doing so, but because they were right. He was not tossed by emotion, not hurried, not shaken. He returned from illness, ready, steady, the same man again. Like Socrates, he could go without or with, without being ruined by either. A soul invincible, and in sickness, still whole. Verse 14, from the gods, I received nearly everything that has blessed my life. A good family, grandfathers, parents, a sister who loved me, good teachers who shaped my mind, and loyal servants who stayed by my side, loving kin, almost all that I hold dear, that I never, through rashness or anger, wounded any of them, though I might have, had not divine mercy prevented the moment. It was the gods who guarded me from the crossings of temper and opportunity, that I was not raised too long by the concubine of my father, but kept the innocence of youth longer than most, that I did not rush to become a man, but waited, perhaps longer than I needed, that I lived under the rule of a father who stripped me of pride and vanity, and proved to me that one may be a ruler without guards, grandeur, or gold, that dignity does not live in torches or statues, but in simplicity, in quiet strength, that I had a brother whose example humbled me, whose affection uplifted me, that my children were born whole, with minds and bodies unmarred, that they are ingenious, that I never shone in rhetoric or poetry, and perhaps that was fortune's way of keeping me from distractions that might have swelled my pride, that those who raised me I lifted early into the places they longed for, not with empty promises, but with deeds, that I met Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus, men who would guide my soul toward its higher form, that I had time and space to consider deeply what it means to live according to nature, to walk the path reason set before me. And if I have not yet reached it, if I am still delayed, I know now the fault lies not with the gods, but within myself, for ignoring their clear whispers, their daily signs, their inward summons, that my body has endured this long, even while striving toward that life, that I never succumbed to certain temptations, and even when I stumbled into the fires of passion, I was swiftly delivered from them, that though I grew angry with Rusticus, I never wronged him, never did anything I had to repent for later, that my mother, though fated to die young, remained with me until her final days, that whenever I wished to help the poor or the desperate, never once did my steward say, "There is not enough," and never once did I need such help myself, that I have a wife, obedient, loving, honest,
that I found noble men to raise my children with care, that dreams came to guide me, teaching me how to still my bleeding, to quiet my dizzy spells, even as Chryses was heard when he prayed at the sea, and that when I first reached out to philosophy, I did not fall among charlatans, nor was I lost in useless theories or the spinning wheels of endless books. No, I was spared, guided, blessed. None of this, none of it could have happened without the gods and the gracious hand of fortune. Verse 15. In the country of the Quadi at Granoa, I reminded myself of this, softly instructive, like inner dialogue. Each morning, say to thyself, with slow emphasis, quiet foresight, today I shall meet an idle man, a curious man, an ungrateful man, a slanderer, a deceiver, the envious, the unsociable, the unkind. All of them are what they are because they do not yet know what is truly good and what is truly shameful. But I know the nature of good, that it is virtue alone. And I know what is evil. Only vice deserves the name. And more than this, I know that this man, this transgressor, whoever he is still my kin, not by blood, but by reason, by the divine spark that lives in us both. So how can he truly harm me? He cannot make me dishonorable. And if he cannot touch that, then he cannot touch me. Nor should I turn against him, for we are meant to work together, like hands, like feet, like eyelids, like the rows of teeth, upper and lower, in harmony. To be against another, to resist, to rage, to turn cold, is to go against nature. And what else is anger but opposition? Verse 16. What am I, truly? Flesh, breath, and reason. The flesh? It is but blood, bones, skin, a woven sack of nerves and vessels, delicate, twisted threads. Let it be. Think no more of it than that. And life? A wind, not even a steady breeze, but a breath taken in and released again, every passing moment. But reason, reason, this is the mistress of your being, the part that rules, if only you let it. You are old. Do not enslave that sacred part now. Do not tie it down, dragged like a puppet by wild, unsociable desires, as if pulled by strings. Let it not complain of what is present. Let it not fear what may come. For all has been woven, and what destiny has appointed will arrive. Verse 17. All things that flow from the gods, anyone can see. They are rooted in divine providence. Even what men call fortune, those twists, those turns, yes, even that is bound by nature's deeper law, by the great unseen thread that binds all things together. Whatever is necessary. It belongs. It serves the whole, of which you are but a part. And if it preserves the whole, then it is good, not just for the universe, but for you, a single soul woven into its fabric. The world turns, and the elements trade places. Wind becomes water, earth becomes fire, ever changing, yet never broken. Let this be your law. Let it be your shield, your compass. And your thirst for books, let it go. Let it not be said that you died murmuring, complaining, grasping for more pages. Die meek, satisfied, grateful to the gods who gave you all.
wake up in the morning, tell yourself, today I shall meet with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness. These are the opening words of Book 2 of Meditations, a quiet reminder to expect the trials of daily life and to meet them with discipline and grace. Here, Marcus Aurelius begins a new chapter, not of gratitude for the past, but of preparation for the present. This book is a morning reflection, a mental armor, a Stoic guide for living well in a world that does not always make it easy. It is not about controlling others, but mastering your own response. This is Meditations, Book 2, presented by Rust Books. Verse 1. Remember how long you've put it off, how many times the gods have offered you this very hour, and how many times you've turned away. It is time to finally grasp the truth, the nature of the world you belong to, and the source from which your soul flows, like a stream from its spring. You have only so many moments. If you waste them, you will pass with them and never return. Verse 2. Let this be your discipline, to act as a Roman and as a man. Whatever you do, do it with gravity, with affection, with freedom, with justice, and cast off all other anxieties. Act each time as if it were your last. No vanity, no rebellion against reason, no complaints about fate, no pretending. You don't need much to live like a god. The gods ask only this. Verse 3. Do it, soul. Mock yourself if you must, but not for long. Time is running out, and you still treat yourself with so little respect. You've placed your happiness in the thoughts of others, but happiness has always been your own to claim. Verse 4. Why let the outside world disturb you so deeply? Give yourself a moment. Learn something good. Stop wandering. Even those who labor without direction are lost, not because they lack effort, but because they lack purpose. Verse 5. Few are unhappy because of another soul, but those who refuse to govern their own will never find peace. Tell them, if they do not guide their inner world with reason, they cannot avoid misery. Verse 6. Hold this always in your mind. What is the nature of the universe? And what is your nature within it? What is your place? What is your role? No one can stop you from living in harmony with that to which you belong. Verse 7. Theophrastus, in comparing sins, said something sharp and wise. Sins of lust are worse than sins of anger. Anger, though wrong, arises from pain, a recoil from harm. But lust, that is surrender. It is the will corrupted by pleasure, acting without need. So yes, the one who sins for pleasure is more to be condemned than the one who sins in grief. Verse 8. Whatever you desire, whatever you pursue, do it as if this were your final breath. For you may, even now, be standing on the edge of life. And as for death, if there are gods, then leaving this world cannot be harmful. They are just. They will not hurt you. But if there are no gods, or if they care not for the world, why live in such a world at all? No, there are gods, and they do care. They've given us the power to avoid true evil, vice, wickedness, injustice, all of it within our control. If anything else were truly harmful, they'd placed it in our hands to avoid as well. So, why be shaken by things that cannot make us better or worse? Life and death, honor and shame, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty, they touch all, both good and bad.
because they are neither virtue nor vice. They are nothing in themselves. Verse 9. See how swiftly all dissolves, bodies into dust, names into time. All these things we chase or fear, pleasure, pain, fame, look closely. They are empty, rotting, devoid of meaning, only illusions in the light. Verse 10. It is the mark of a reasoning mind to ask, who are these people from whom honor and shame arise? What are they, truly? And death, yes, death. Look at it plainly. Strip away the fear. See it for what it is, a function of nature. And to fear nature's work is to fear like a child. Yet death is not only nature's act, it is nature's ally. It serves her. Verse 11. Ask yourself, by what part of me am I joined to God? And what happens to that part when I wander, when my mind chases shadows across the earth, seeking answers in other people's hearts? Do not get lost out there. Turn inward. It is enough to tend the spirit within. Serve it, guard it, keep it free from rage and desire, from impulse, from vanity, from bitterness towards gods or men. Honor the divine because it is worthy. Forgive the ignorant because they are kin. They see no better, just as the blind cannot see the light. Verse 12. Live 3,000 years, or 10,000, yet remember, you only lose the life you are living now. The past is already gone. The future is not yours. Only the present, this fleeting instant, is what you ever truly possess. And whether life is long or short, it is always the same life, one breath at a time. So hold this in mind. Time repeats itself endlessly. The same patterns, the same faces, the same truths. And all that we lose is but a moment. Verse 13. It is all opinion. All is thought. All is perception. As Monimus the Cynic said, these things are as they appear and as we receive them. But receive them wisely, not just the sweetness, but the seriousness too. Verse 14. The soul wounds itself when it turns against the world. To be grieved at life, to resist fate, is to rebel against the universe that gave you birth. Or when the soul turns against another, with malice or envy or cruel intention, it violates its own nature. It wounds itself again when it surrenders to pleasure or to pain. When it lies, even quietly, even subtly, it divides from reason. And worst of all, when the soul acts without aim, without thinking, without aligning itself to the greater good, it fails its highest duty, to obey reason, to serve the universal law, to remember, even the smallest act must serve the whole. Verse 15. The span of a man's life is a single point, a flicker, the substance of it ever flowing, like a stream that never rests. Our senses obscure, our bodies built to decay, the soul restless, fortune uncertain, and fame, that too fades into mist. All things of the body like a stream, all things of the soul like a dream, or a curl of smoke rising, then gone.
This life, it is a war, a pilgrimage. And what is fame after death? Oblivion, nothing more.
So what does endure? What walks with you, even to the end? Only one thing: philosophy. To preserve the spirit within you, untouched by injury, unshaken by pain or pleasure. To act with no haste, no deceit, no hypocrisy. To depend wholly on yourself, on your own actions. To accept all that happens as coming from the same source from which you came. And above all, to welcome death calmly, peacefully. It is only the dissolution of elements, the same elements that make up the world. They suffer nothing, they change and endure. So why should we fear what is natural? And what is natural can never be evil.
This is Meditations, Book 3, presented by Rust Books. Verse 1. A man must not only consider how swiftly his life diminishes, but also this, that even if he lives long, his mind may not endure. He may lose the power to reason clearly, to weigh matters with justice, to contemplate the divine and the human alike. His body might persist, breathing, feeding, imagining, wanting, but that sovereign part of him may falter. How then will he correct his own thoughts? How will he discern what is right, or even judge when it is time to leave this life? So do not delay. Every passing day draws you closer to death and closer to the end of your reasoning self. Use it while it still burns bright. Verse 2. There is a strange beauty in nature's imperfections. Warm, descriptive. A loaf of bread cracks in the oven, its uneven crust somehow more inviting. Figs ripen best when they begin to wrinkle. Olives shine fullest near their fall. With quiet wonder, grapes sag as they sweeten. The furrowed brow of a lion, the foam on a boar's snout. In their raw truth there is form and meaning. So too with old age, with the fading edge of life, with all things that arise from nature. Softly, if your eyes are chaste and your heart attentive, you will see beauty everywhere, not contrived but honest, not polished but true. Verse 3. Hippocrates healed many, but he died. The astrologers foretold others' fates, but could not escape their own. Alexander, Pompey, Caesar, they toppled empires and raised armies, but they too fell. Heraclitus, who spoke of fire and cosmos, died bloated and caked in filth. Democritus was eaten by lice. Socrates was destroyed by men more rotten than any plague. So what now? You've boarded this ship, you've sailed, and now you come to shore. Disembark. If there is another life, there too will be gods. If not, then no pain awaits you, no sensation, no fear, only the end of serving this body, this flesh and blood, a vessel far inferior to the reasoning spirit it once carried. Verse 4. Spend not the remnant of thy days in thoughts and fancies concerning other men, when it is not for the common good, when it distracts you from better work. Ask not what such a man does, or why he acts, or what he says, or thinks, or plans. These curiosities only lead the soul astray, pulling it from its rightful seat of reason and rule. Look well, then, at the stream of your thoughts. Be vigilant. Let nothing idle, nothing malicious take root. And train yourself to think only on those things which, if asked at once, "What are you thinking now?" you might answer, clearly and honestly, "This, and nothing more." Then shall your soul be seen as it is, sincere, peaceful, fitted for society, not chasing pleasure, not tangled in desire, free from envy, anger, or shame. This is the soul of a man who delays not in seizing what is best, a priest of the gods, dwelling within himself as in a sacred temple, unstained by pleasure, unafraid of pain, unwounded by insult, unshaken by passions, a true wrestler for the highest prize, holding fast to righteousness, accepting all things that come, not bitterly, but with full and open heart. Such a one minds not the words or acts of others, unless necessity calls him to public good. He tends only what his thoughts, his choices, his portion. And this portion, given by fate or providence, he calls not a burden, but a blessing. He remembers this too, that all who share in reason are kin, that care for mankind is nature's law. And as for praise and honor, he seeks them not from those who do not live by nature, for he knows who they are, how they live day and night. He sees their habits, and so their praise means nothing, coming from those who cannot even approve of themselves. Verse 5. Do nothing against thy will, nor contrary to the good of the community. Act with reason, not in haste, not reluctantly. Speak plainly, avoid the vanity of elegant language. Be neither a great talker nor an overreacher. And let the God within you, your highest self, find that it rules over a true man, a man of age, of society, a Roman, a prince, a soul prepared to depart life at the trumpet's call, calm, steady, without need of oath or witness. Verse 6. Be cheerful, stand straight on your own, not needing others to prop you up, not reliant on their comfort or their permission to be at peace. Let your soul be like one that was always upright, rather than one that had to be corrected. Verse 7. If in this mortal life you find anything better, better than righteousness, better than truth, better than temperance or fortitude, better than a mind at peace, content both with what it chooses and with what is given by providence. If you find such a thing, then give yourself to it fully. Wherever it is, embrace it. But if there is nothing more worthy than the Spirit within you, than the mastery of your own desires, than restraint, than reverence for the gods, and care for all mankind, then turn away from all else. Reject what distracts and divides. For once your heart leans toward another path, even for a moment, you may lose the power to return. Desire creeps in and corrupts the mind. It clouds the clarity of reason. So choose, freely and without hesitation, what is best, what is truly profitable, not to the body, not to the crowd, but to your rational soul. Reject all lesser goods, honor, riches, pleasure, when they challenge the good that is your own, the good that thinks, acts, and obeys reason. Verse 8. Never call anything profitable if it costs you your integrity, not if it makes you break your word or lose your modesty, not if it tempts you to hate, to lie, to envy, to curse in secret, or to lust for what hides behind closed doors. The man who holds his rational spirit above all, who honors the sacred power of virtue within, he will not complain, he will not groan, he will not hunger for isolation, nor be desperate for company. He will live free, free from desire and free from fear. And life itself, whether it is long or short, makes no difference. If death came now, he would meet it as he would any other task, with calm dignity. For this alone he guards, that his mind remains engaged in work proper to a rational, social being. Verse 9. In a mind truly cleansed, there is no rot, no filth, no decay, no servitude to passion, no forced charm, no hidden hatred, no tangled loyalties, no secrets. Such a life cannot be caught by death as if unprepared. It ends as a play does, not cut short, but completed, not tragic, but whole. Verse 10. Treat your power of judgment with reverence, for in this lies everything. Let no opinion arise in your mind that is unworthy of nature or of your duty as a rational being. Your purpose as a creature endowed with reason is to act without recklessness, to show kindness toward others, and to submit gracefully to the will of the gods. Hold fast to these few principles. Let go of everything else. And remember, no man truly lives more than this fleeting moment. All else is either lost in the past or shrouded in uncertainty. Life is short, the space you occupy smaller still, and the fame you chase after death, that too is nothing, sustained only by mortal tongues, who themselves soon vanish, never knowing even themselves, let alone a man long buried beneath the dust. Verse 11. Add this to your daily discipline. When anything appears before you, pause and break it down. Look at it piece by piece. Strip it of illusion. Name its parts plainly. See it as it truly is, naked, raw, without the mask. For nothing builds true greatness of soul like seeing the nature of things with precision and without fear. Ask yourself, what is this thing? What is its purpose? What is its place in the order of nature? What value does it truly hold in relation to the universe and in relation to you, a citizen of the great city, of which every other city is but a household? Verse 12. What is this thing that has captured my attention? What is it made of? How long can it last? And most importantly, which of the virtues applies here? Is it meekness, fortitude, truth, faith, sincerity, contentment? Every moment, ask yourself, does this come from the gods, or is it born of fate, woven by the chain of all things? Or perhaps, is it the product of sheer coincidence? And when something comes from another person, a neighbor, a fellow human, know that it arises from ignorance. They do not yet see what nature intends for them, but you do. So act according to nature, with kindness and with justice. And as for all else, those things neither good nor bad in themselves, respond as reason directs, and treat them with the worth they truly possess. Verse 13. If you keep your focus on what is present and pursue it with clarity, reason, humility, if you leave aside distractions and guard your inner spirit, keeping it free, clean, and untainted, if you follow the God within you with no fear of loss and no hunger for reward, if you speak and act with heroic honesty, then you will live a life of peace. And no one, no force in the world can take that away from you. Verse 14. As physicians keep their tools ready, sharp for sudden wounds, swift for emergencies, so must you always have your principles, your dogmata, ready at hand. In every action, even the smallest, hold close the link between what is human and what is divine. Never separate the two, for you will not succeed in earthly things if you forget the higher order, nor in divine matters if you ignore the world of men. Verse 15. Don't deceive yourself. You won't live long enough to read all your moral treatises, your notes on the lives of Greeks and Romans, or the many books you've set aside for old age. Verse 16. So, let go of those distant hopes, and if you truly care for yourself, begin now. Help yourself before it's too late. Verse 16. To steal, to sow, to buy, to be still, to perceive what cannot be seen with eyes, but only with insight. Many speak these words, but few understand what they mean. The body has its senses, the soul its cravings and fears, but the mind, the understanding, holds the doctrines, the truths by which we live. Verse 17. Imagination and wandering fancies, these belong to both man and beast. To be pulled blindly by lust, to be governed by craving and rage, that is the domain of monsters, of Nero, of Phalaris. Even reason can be used by those who deny the gods, who would betray their own country, who commit wrongs behind closed doors. So then, if beasts may feel and villains may reason, what is left for the truly good man? It is this: to welcome all that fate assigns, to guard the soul within as though it were a god dwelling in his chest, to let no lies pass his lips, to commit no injustice with his hands, to live uprightly, whether or not the world sees it, and to never grow bitter when it does not. When the end of life draws near, he is ready, not forced, not dragged, but willing and at peace with whatever portion the universe has given him. Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others when you are not guided by some common good. These are the early words of Book 4 of Meditations, a quiet rebuke to idle distraction, and a call to turn inward, to live with clarity, self-discipline, and truth. In this book, Marcus reminds us to trust our rational nature, to guard the inner temple of the soul, and to rise above praise, blame, pleasure, or pain. It is a meditation on integrity, not the integrity others see, but the kind that exists when no one is watching. The world may pull you in many directions, but only one path is yours to walk. Walk it with justice. Walk it with reason. Walk it with peace. This is Meditations, Book 4, presented by Rust Books. Verse 1. That inward ruling part of man, if it remains in its true natural temper, is always ready to adjust to whatever the world may throw its way. If the original plan cannot be carried out, it turns without complaint to what can be done, choosing a new path, yet walking it with the same dignity. It never clings blindly to one outcome. Whatever it sets out to do, it does with quiet allowance, ready to shift when nature calls it elsewhere. Just like a great fire, small fires are extinguished by obstacles, but a mighty blaze, it consumes the fuel in its path, and with it, it grows ever stronger. Verse 2. Let nothing be done rashly. Let nothing be random. Let all your actions follow the most exact rules of reason. Let your life be a practiced art, not a series of impulses. Verse 3. They seek solitude in country villas, on seashores, among quiet mountains. Even you have longed for such retreats. But all this comes from a certain naivety. Whenever you desire peace, you can retire, not to the coast or to the hills, but into yourself. No retreat offers more tranquility than the one within your own soul, especially if it holds thoughts prepared, ready to bring you ease the moment you look inward. Tranquility means an orderly mind, calm, free from noise and confusion. Visit this inner refuge often. Renew yourself. Let the thoughts you return to be simple and clear. They should be enough to clean your soul and send you back into the world with peace. What is it that disturbs you? Is it the wickedness of others? Then remember, all rational beings are made for one another. It is part of justice to bear with them. They do wrong, but not willingly. And those who once hated and harmed, where are they now? Reduced to ashes, their battles long over. Is it fate that troubles you? Then remember, all that happens is either providence or the atoms. But either way, you are a citizen of a world city, and your portion belongs to the whole. What about your body? It suffers, perhaps, but your mind, when it knows its own power, is untouched. Whether life runs gently or harshly, your mind is indifferent. Does reputation concern you? Then think how quickly everything is forgotten. The chaos before your birth, the oblivion after your death. Even the greatest fame rests in the hands of people who know little and live briefly. So return, withdraw to your soul. Often, let this be your habit. And guard yourself from distraction. Do not be carried away by impulse. Live as a man whose aim is virtue, as a being made to live kindly, to live justly, to live among others. Two truths to keep close. 1. The external world cannot reach the soul. All disturbance comes from within. 2. Everything you see today will soon be changed, gone. This world is constant change, and this life only opinion. Verse 4. If understanding and reason are common to all, then so too must be the reason that tells us what to do and what not to do. If this reason is shared, then it is law. And if law, then we are fellow citizens. Citizens of one commonwealth, the world itself. What other state can include all of humanity? From this shared city, we draw our reason, our understanding, our sense of justice. Just as your body draws from the common earth, water, air, and fire, so too does your mind draw from something greater, a universal source. Verse 5. As with birth, so with death. Both are secrets of nature. A simple return, elements dissolving back into elements. It is no disgrace, no tragedy. It is part of the natural rhythm, as inevitable as it is proper to a rational being. Verse 6. Certain things must happen because they follow from certain causes. To wish otherwise is like wanting a fig tree without sap. And in a short while, you and I, and even our names, will be gone. Verse 7. Take away opinion, and no one is wronged. If no one believes he is wronged, then there is no wrong at all. What does not corrupt your character cannot ruin your life. It cannot hurt you, not inside nor out.
And if nature allowed it to happen, then it was necessary. Verse 8. Whatever happens in the world happens justly, not just as a sequence of causes and effects, but with fairness, with balance, with the measure due to each thing's true worth. Continue to notice this, as you already have begun. And whatever you do, be sure of one thing, that it is something a good man could rightly do. Verse 8. Whatever happens in the world happens justly, not just as a sequence of causes and effects, but with fairness, with balance, with the measure due to each thing's true worth. Continue to notice this, as you already have begun. And whatever you do, be sure of one thing, that it is something a good man could rightly do. Verse 9. Don't think as the one who wrongs you thinks. Don't fall into his story, his judgment. Look deeper. See the truth of the thing itself. Verse 10. Hold fast to two rules. First, do nothing except what reason from the highest part of your soul directs for the good of others. Second, be ready to change your mind if someone shows you where you're mistaken, not for flattery, not for gain, but for truth, for justice, for the public good. Verse 10. Hold fast to two rules. First, do nothing except what reason from the highest part of your soul directs for the good of others. Second, be ready to change your mind if someone shows you where you're mistaken, not for flattery, not for gain, but for truth, for justice, for the public good. Verse 11. You have reason, don't you? Then why not use it? If reason does its part, what more could you possibly need? Verse 12. Until now, you have existed as a distinct part. Soon, you will vanish into the whole, returned to the common substance from which all things come, like grains of frankincense laid upon the same altar. One burns now, another later, but all become one. Verse 13. In just 10 days, those who praise you today will call you a god, if only you return to reason. And yet, if you don't, they will think of you as nothing more than a brute or an ape. Verse 14. Live not as if you had 1,000 years ahead of you. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is still possible, be good. Verse 15. How much time he gains who stops concerning himself with what others have said, done, or planned. Instead, let him only mind his own actions to ensure they are just and holy. As Agathos said, look not upon the faults of others. Run straight without distraction. Verse 16. He who craves posthumous fame does not understand. Those who remember him will soon die too. And those who remember them, they will die as well, until even memory itself is extinguished. But even if memory were eternal, what good would that do you? Not after death, but now, while you live. What is praised is not made better by praise. What is truly good needs no compliment. Justice, truth, modesty, kindness, these are virtues in themselves. Does an emerald lose its worth if no one speaks of it? Does gold, or ivory, or a blade of grass, a tree, a flower? What is, simply is. Praise adds nothing. Verse 17. Some ask, if souls live on after death, how could the air possibly contain them all? But I ask, how has the earth since the beginning contained so many bodies buried in it? Just as the earth receives dead bodies and breaks them down into other forms, so too the air might take in the soul, and after a while transmute it, transform it, or draw it back into the great rational source from which all souls came. Thus, room is made for those newly departed. And consider this: every day, countless beasts are consumed by man and by other creatures. Where do they go? They are not lost. They are changed into blood, into air, into fire. Truth lies in recognizing the two great categories, the material and the active, the shaping force. Verse 18. Let your every movement be just. Let your every thought grasp the truth of the moment. Never wander, never act without reason. Verse 19. Whatever is good for the world is good for me. Nothing is too early or too late if it comes in season for the universe. Whatever nature brings forth, I accept as ripe and fruitful. O nature, from you all things arise. In you all things exist. To you all things return. They once said, O Athens, beloved city of sea crops. Shall I not say, O world, beloved city of God? Verse 20. People say, if you want peace, don't get involved in too much. And they're right. A man should confine himself to only those actions reason and duty require. Such simplicity brings a double reward: peace from doing what's right, and peace from doing less. Most of what we do is unnecessary. Strip it away. Ask yourself often, is this truly needed? Cut off the action and the useless thought behind it. Then you'll be free, clear, at ease. Verse 21. Try this: the life of a good man. One who is content with whatever fate assigns, and who finds peace in the justice of his present actions, and hope in the goodness of his intentions for what lies ahead. You've tried the other way. Now try this. Let go of the clutter. Return to simplicity. Does someone offend? The wrong is theirs, not yours. Has something happened to you? It was meant for you, destined from the beginning, as part of the great unfolding. Life is short. Use the time you have with discretion, with justice, and even in joy. Practice moderation. Verse 22. This world, is it not a cosmos, a beautiful ordered whole? And if not, if instead it is a wild mix of things, then even that, by some deeper pattern, forms a single comely piece. Could there be beauty in you, and nothing but chaos in the whole universe? Impossible. All things are distinct in their nature, yet still interwoven, joined by sympathy, by design. Verse 23. A dark soul, a soft, spineless one, a harsh, cold one, a wild, cruel one sheepish, childish, dull, a liar, a jester, a fraud, a tyrant. And then you marvel at them? He who is surprised at what people do is just as much a stranger here as the one who knows nothing of what the world is. Verse 24. The true fugitive is the one who runs from reason. The blind man is he who sees not with the mind. The poor are those who always need others for what they should find in themselves. You reject what life gives you? Then you rebel against the same nature that brought you into this world. You stir unrest, not in a city of stone, but in the shared city of rational beings, when you act without reason. Verse 25. There is a man without even a coat, living philosophy. He says, I am half naked, I have no bread, yet I do not abandon reason. And I say, though I lack the nourishment of teaching, though I hunger for guidance, still I will not abandon reason. Verse 26. Whatever your craft, whatever your calling, love it. Let it console you. Live the rest of your days as one who truly entrusts all, his body, his mind, his fate, to the gods. And as for men, neither bow before them, nor rule over them with tyranny. Verse 27. Think back to the days of Vespasian. You'll find the same patterns: marriages, births, illness, deaths, wars, feasts, merchants trading, farmers plowing, flatterers flattering, boasters scheming, plotters scheming, lovers longing, misers hoarding, men chasing status and crowns. And now, that time is gone, all of them dust. Then came the time of Trajan, the same motions, the same cravings, the same end. Look upon every age, every nation, and see how people exhaust themselves in pursuit of fleeting things. Think of those you've known, so distracted by vanity, so far from their true purpose. Let your actions match the true weight of things. Don't be worn down by lingering over what is small. Attend to what matters. Then move on. Verse 28. Once common words, now forgotten. Once famous names, now dust. Camillus, Caso, Volasius, Leonatus. Once bright stars, now shadows. Even Scipio, Cato, Augustus, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius. Their names too will fade. What were marvels to one age will be fables to the next. And what of the rest of us? Unknown, unremembered, almost as soon as we pass. So, what endures? Not fame, not legacy. Only this, that your mind be just, your heart compassionate, your words honest, your understanding sound, and your will ready to accept whatever comes as natural, necessary, and flowing from the source that made all things, yourself included. Surrender then, not with bitterness, but willingly, to fate. Verse 29. Everything you see, all of it, present only for a moment. Memories fade. Those who remember, too, vanish. The universe is constant motion, transforming, renewing, replacing. This is its nature. This is its joy. Don't think that only seeds lie in soil or womb. Every change, every moment is a seed, the beginning of something new. Verse 30. You are near death, and still you haven't mastered simplicity. You are still unsettled, still troubled by things outside your control, still uncertain, still not wholly kind, still not just in every act. And yet, this was your one true calling. Verse 31. Look closely at those the world calls wise. Watch them. Watch what they fear, what they chase after. And ask yourself, is that wisdom? Verse 32. Your suffering does not live in another man's mind, nor does it live in your body. The body is only the cottage of the soul. Where then does pain live? In your judgment of what befalls you. Let your mind admit no opinion of misery, and all is well. Even if your body is wounded, burned, or begins to decay, let the soul remain still. Judge this instead. If something can happen equally to a good man and a wicked man, then it is neither good nor evil. It is simply part of nature. Verse 33. Imagine the world as one living being, one soul, breathing through all things. Everything is connected. Every cause, every effect, every motion, part of a single harmony. Nothing stands alone. All things exist because they help each other exist. Verse 34. And what are you, aside from that higher part within you? That spark of reason, the only true self. As Epictetus said well, a poor soul dragging a corpse through life. This is what we become when we forget the soul leads and the body follows. Verse 35. Change is not harm, just as becoming something new is no gift. The world flows like a river, each moment swept away, each thing replaced. What appears vanishes. What vanishes makes way for what comes next. Verse 36. All that happens is as natural as spring roses or summer fruit. Sickness, death, slander, betrayal, yes, even these. Ordinary, familiar, like seasons to the wise. Nothing happens out of place. There's not mere succession here, but harmony. Each event follows the last with quiet necessity. The world is not chaos, but a symphony. Verse 37. Heraclitus reminds us, earth dies into water, water into air, air into fire, and back again. All is transformation. Don't live by habit. Don't speak or act asleep, guided by vague opinions or blind imitation. Reason governs all, and yet men resist it. Daily wonders pass them by, yet still they marvel, like strangers to life. Verse 38. Suppose a god told you, "You shall die tomorrow," or the day after. Would you beg for that single day more? Would you tremble over such a trivial gap? Then why should you value 10 years more than one day? Life is not measured by its length. Verse 39. Think often how many physicians, grim in their manner, furrowed brows fixed on death, are themselves long buried. How many astrologers, proudly predicting others' ends, couldn't escape their own? How many philosophers, after volumes on life and eternity, are now dust? Generals who buried armies, kings and tyrants who dealt death like gods, now fallen into silence. Entire cities, Hellas, Pompeii, Herculaneum, all gone. And those you knew, one buried another, then themselves lowered in turn. Everything fleeting. What is man? A moment ago, mere mucus, soon ashes or embalmed silence. So part as the olive that falls in season, grateful to the tree that bore it and the earth that receives it. Verse 40. You must be like the sea cliff, firm, unshaken. Though waves crash endlessly, it stands, and the fury breaks and calms around it.
Verse 41. Oh, wretched me! Misfortune has struck! No, blessed am I, that I endure it without grief. The blow might befall anyone, but to bear it calmly, that is rare. That is strength. Can it be a misfortune if it doesn't stop you from being just, brave, wise, kind, free? No. Whatever happens is not the misfortune, but how you bear it, that is the measure of your greatness. Verse 42. It may be a simple thought, but a powerful remedy against the fear of death. Reflect on those who clung to life with greed and desperation. What did they gain that the early dead did not? Cadiciantus, Fabius, Julianus Lepidus. They buried many, only to be buried themselves. A man's life, so brief, and what a burden it carries. Endless distractions, restless desires, a fragile body that groans with time. So let death be a matter of indifference. Look behind you, an endless void. Ahead, another infinity. What then is the difference between living 3 days or 3 ages in the face of eternity?
Verse 43. Let your path be the straightest one, always. The shortest path is that which follows nature, to speak and act with soundness and truth. This alone frees you from confusion, from strife, from pretending, from vanity. Verse 43. Let your path be the straightest one, always. The shortest path is that which follows nature, to speak and act with soundness and truth. This alone frees you from confusion, from strife, from pretending, from vanity. And so ends Book 4, a quiet reckoning with the soul, with nature, and with duty. Marcus reminds us, truth needs no ornament, reason no defense, and peace begins within. The battle is not out there, but here, in how we judge, how we act, how we endure.
This is Book 5 of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, a quiet battle between the soul and the comfort of sleep. Here, the emperor reminds himself that he was not born for luxury, but for work, for duty, for reason. He challenges fatigue, fear, and distraction. He reflects on the shortness of life, the emptiness of fame, and the peace that comes from living in accordance with nature. Each entry is a call to rise, to act, and to live as a true man should, not tomorrow, but now. Presented by Rust Books, guiding you through the thoughts of an emperor, one verse at a time. Verse 1. In the morning, when you find yourself unwilling to rise, ask yourself at once, is it not to go about a man's work that I am roused from sleep?
What? Am I still reluctant to rise for what I was born to do? Was I brought into this world just to lie under warm blankets? Dreamer's voice, half asleep, resisting. But it feels so good. And was it for this, for mere pleasure, that you were born? Or rather, were you not born to act, to engage, to fulfill your duty as a man? Look around you. The trees, the plants, the sparrows, the ants, the spiders, the bees, all go diligently about their tasks, each performing its part in the preservation of the universe. And will you not do the work that your nature requires? Ah, but I must have my rest. Yes, rest is part of nature too, as are eating and drinking. But nature assigns a limit to rest. You exceed your limit. You take more rest than is needed and give less to action than you are capable of. Do you not love yourself? If you did, you would love your nature and its true purpose. See how others, those who take pleasure in their trades, they throw themselves fully into their work. They'll skip food and sleep, forget their bodies altogether. Does a dancer honor his art more than you honor your humanity? Does a silver hoarder love his coins more than you love your purpose? Does a glory seeker give more for applause than you do for justice?
Shall your duty to the common good of mankind be worth less to you than wealth or vanity or craft is to others? Verse 2. How easy it is for a man to cast away all turbulent foreign thoughts, those stormy intrusions of the mind, and in that very moment to fall into perfect rest. To return to tranquility, to stillness, requires no journey, no effort of the body, no permission from the world. All it takes is your will to let go. Verse 3. Think yourself worthy, fit to speak, fit to act, whenever what you speak or do is in accordance with nature. Let no fear of reproach, no rumor or judgment ever hold you back. If it is right, if it is just, then do not dishonor yourself by shrinking from it. Others may follow their own minds, their own paths and inclinations, but that is not your concern. Your only task is to follow where nature leads you, and the path of your nature and the nature of the whole is one and the same. Verse 4. I continue my course, acting in accord with nature, until I fall, until I release my final breath into the same air that once gave me life. I fall upon the earth, the same earth from which my father's seed was drawn, my mother's blood, my nurse's milk. For years it has given me food and drink, held me up as I walked, and borne the burden of my life, both in my care and in my waste. And still, it bears me. Verse 5. So what if no one admires your sharp tongue, your clever words? That's not your strength. Maybe it never was. But there are so many virtues that don't depend on natural talent, and those are entirely within your reach. Sincerity, dignity, hard work, a quiet indifference to pleasure, not complaining, being content with little, kindness, generosity, restraint in speech, and a courageous heart. Don't you see? None of these require brilliance or wit. They only require will. Why do you still cling to weakness? Why do you bend to complaints, to vanity, to restless thoughts? You weren't born for flattery, not for excuses, not for blaming your nature.
The gods know you could have let go of all this long ago. Yes, maybe you're slow, maybe not gifted, but carry it with grace. Own your quiet discipline and never take pride in your limitations. Verse 6. Some people, when they do a good deed, immediately expect something in return. They keep score. Others don't ask for repayment, but still remember what they gave. They carry it quietly, like a secret debt. And then there are those rare few who forget entirely what they've done. They're like the vine that bears fruit in its season, never asking praise for doing what it was made to do. The horse runs his race. The hound follows the scent. The bee makes her honey, and none of them ask for applause. So too, the wise man, he does good because it is in his nature, and then he moves on, ready to do more. But wait, some might say, isn't it natural to want people to know you've done good? Isn't it part of being social? Yes, but that's not what it means to truly act with virtue. Wanting to be noticed, to be appreciated, that is still a kind of transaction. The highest virtue asks for nothing. Act simply, act well, and let your nature, like the vine, bear fruit quietly, season after season. Verse 7. The Athenians had a prayer. It went like this: O rain, rain, good Jupiter, upon all the fields and farmlands of the Athenians. That's how it should be. Not selfishly, not begging for my plot alone, but asking for all. Either don't pray at all, or pray like this, freely, for everyone. Verse 8. We say the doctor prescribed riding, cold baths, barefoot walking, each treatment tailored for the body's healing. So too, the universe prescribes. To one, sickness. To another, poverty. To you, perhaps, loss. Not as punishment, but as a cure. Ordained for you as part of the harmony of the whole. Stones in a wall fall together by design. So too do the events of your life fit into a greater structure, perfect in its unseen order. You accept the bitter medicine from a physician, trusting it leads to health. Then do the same with what life gives. This pain, this path, was written into your thread from the first cause. It belongs to you, and it belongs to the universe. Without it, the whole would be less. Jove's harmony would be broken. You were never left behind. You were essential. So do not cut yourself off by resisting your fate. To resist it is to tear the tapestry. To tear it is to unmake yourself. Verse 9. Do not be disheartened. Do not fall into despair if you fail, again and again, to live by your principles precisely, perfectly. If you fall, return. Return to the path, to the dogma, to the life you know is right. Yes, you will be distracted. Yes, you will be tired. You are human. But do not let that estrange you from the one life you love, the philosopher's life. And when you return to philosophy, do not return as a guilty child to his tutor, but as a man with sore eyes returns to his salve, as the sick return to their healing balm. Philosophy is not punishment. It is relief. It does not demand more than nature itself requires. And would you choose anything against your nature? You think pleasure is natural, but is it not freedom more natural? Simplicity, clarity of soul, equanimity, and truth. These, not indulgence, are the joys of a rational being. And prudence, what can be more kind, more intimate, than to move steadily through the world without stumbling? As for the world itself, it is murky. Even the wisest cannot grasp it fully.
Even the Stoics admit, with all their training, how difficult it is to truly know what is. Everything we see is fleeting, possessed by fools, by tyrants, by those who trade virtue for appetite. And the people we love, even they are hard to bear. Even we are hard to bear. So what then shall we pursue? What deserves our reverence? What endures? What can we trust in a world of shifting matter and passing time? Reflect carefully and return. Always return. Verse 10. Comfort yourself in the quiet expectation of your own natural end. Do not grieve that it delays. Do not anxiously await it. Rest instead in the peace of two truths. First, nothing shall happen to you that is not in harmony with the nature of the universe. And second, it is always within your power to remain true to your inner God, your own guiding spirit. No man can force you to act against him. No one can make you betray your soul. Hold to that, and you will remain free. Verse 11. What is the use I make of my soul right now? This question you must ask yourself often, in every moment, at every turning of the day. What is my ruling part doing? To what is it applied? Whose soul am I living with right now? A child's, chasing whims? A youth's, restless and impulsive? A woman's, driven by unexamined emotion? A tyrant's, demanding, prideful? Or is it the soul of a brute, of some wild, untamed beast? Ask it honestly, and from the answer, return to yourself. Verse 12. What are those things that people so often call good? Let's see what that really means. When we speak of true goods, prudence, temperance, justice, fortitude, even a little mention fills the soul. It is enough. We ask for nothing more, because goodness ends in itself. But when wealth is called good, or pleasure, or status, do we stop there? No. We lean in. We expect more, because deep down we know that's not the real good. Even the crowd laughs at this, like in the comedies when the wealthy are mocked, that for all their riches they have not a single place to relieve themselves. So complete is their abundance, so empty is their comfort. Doesn't that say something? That the things which stir laughter on stage, wealth, luxury, honor, are not the goods we should truly esteem. Proceed further. Search your heart. Let the truly good things be those the soul rejoices in and needs nothing more. Verse 13. What am I made of? Only two things, form and matter. And neither of these can be destroyed, not truly. I was not born from nothing, and nothing I am cannot return to. Each part of me will change. It will move, shift, become something else. This body of mine will one day be part of the world again. First one corner, then another. And so it will go, onward, without end. Through this chain of change, I came into being. So did my parents, and theirs before them, and all who came before. Yes, the world has its own bounds, its own rhythms, but within it, change is infinite. Verse 14. Reason, the rational soul, needs no outside praise. It lives in harmony with itself, moves by its own power, and seeks only what lies directly before it, the action that is right, possible, and present. Its goal is never far ahead.
It walks a straight path toward whatever good is here, now. This is why such actions are called katorthoses, right acts, because the way to them is direct. So, remember this: whatever doesn't belong to you as a human being does not belong to you at all. Not outcomes, not fortune, not applause. These are not part of human nature.
A man's worth does not depend on whether his plans succeed. And those things the world calls goods, if they truly belong to us, then why would we admire those who live well without them? Why praise the one who lets go of luxury, who walks away from fame, who loses all and is still whole? It is because virtue, not fortune, is the true good. Verse 15. Your thoughts shape your soul. The images you let in, the ideas you dwell on, these leave their color. They dye the mind like cloth dipped in pigment. So steep your soul in thoughts that uplift. Remind yourself, wherever I am, I can live well. Yes, even at court, even under pressure, even in solitude. To live well is always within your power. And what is man made for? To live among others, to serve, to join, to act for the good of all. That is his nature, and so his end. And where his end lies, there lies his good. Society, then, cooperation, is the true good of a rational soul. Now, can anyone doubt it? Is not the lesser made for the greater? Is not the soulless made for the soulful? And among souls, are not the rational above the rest? Then let your thoughts be worthy of your highest nature, and your soul will become what it was meant to be. Verse 16. To crave the impossible is madness. And yet, what is more impossible than a wicked man never doing wrong? Nature follows its course. What happens to you is what happens to others. It is natural. Now ask yourself, if a man can endure suffering simply because he's unaware of it, or another can bear it proudly just to win praise, shall ignorance and vanity be stronger than wisdom? No. The events themselves, they do not touch your soul. They cannot pierce it. They hold no power over it. Only your soul can move itself. It chooses what to feel. It decides how to interpret what comes. The key lies in your judgment. What you believe about the world, that is what gives it weight. Verse 17. Man, among all things in nature, stands closest to us. We are bound to help one another, to forgive one another. Yet when someone hinders me, when a man stands in the way of what I must do, he becomes no more than sun or wind or wild beast, uncontrollable, indifferent. Such a person may obstruct my actions, but never my resolve. My mind remains untouched. It holds its power. For the soul, trained in reason, is always prepared to turn what cannot be done into what can. And here lies its genius. What was once an obstacle becomes the path. What hindered the journey becomes the very means of forward motion. Verse 18. Honor the highest power in the universe, that guiding reason which governs all things and uses all for its purpose. And within yourself, revere that same highest part, for the reason in you is of the same kind, a fragment of that universal mind. It governs your life. It makes use of all else. It decides what everything shall mean. To honor it
is to be in harmony with the whole. Verse 19. If the city is not harmed, then no citizen is truly harmed. So whenever you feel wronged, ask yourself, has the whole been injured? If not, why should you make it a personal wound? Instead, reflect on where he who wronged you has gone astray, and consider how swiftly all things pass: people, possessions, passions, praise, all swept away like leaves in a river. Substances change, actions shift, causes dissolve, nothing stays. Think on the infinity of time before you were born, and the endless expanse that will follow your death. Why let what is so brief consume so much of your soul? Someone wronged you, let him account for that. His soul is his own. As for me, I have what nature gives, and I do what my own nature demands. Verse 20. Let not the ruling part of your soul, that inner commander, be swayed by the body's pleasure or pain. Let it stand apart, unmixed, untouched. Assign the sensations to their proper place, the flesh. Yes, in this tightly bound frame of body and soul, the pain may echo, the pleasure may ring out. But do not resist sensation itself, for it is nature. Instead, resist the lie it whispers, that pleasure is good or pain evil. Feel it if it must be felt, but add no judgment, no label, and you shall remain untouched. Verse 21. To live with the gods. He truly lives with them, who shows them a soul at peace, grateful for all that fate assigns, and faithful in all that duty demands. A soul that accepts its share without complaint, and does its part, in harmony with that inner spirit which Zeus himself has given to every man, as his guide, his guardian, his divine overseer. To honor that spirit is to live divinely. Verse 22. Be not angry with the man whose breath offends you, nor with the one whose armpits reek. What can they do? Such is their body, and such things naturally follow from it. You might say, but he has reason. He should know he stinks. And you, friend, you have reason too. So use yours to awaken his. If you gently show him his fault, if he listens, you've helped him, and your anger has no more purpose. Verse 23. They say, where there shall be no brawlers nor harlots. Why wait for that place? Live now, as you would live there, even here, among noise and vice. If they will not let you live as reason dictates, then you may leave life itself, but not with bitterness, not as one wronged, only as one saying, there is smoke, I will step outside. Until then, remain free. No one can stop you from living by your nature, and that nature is rational, is social, is just. Verse 24. That rational force, the very essence by which the universe is governed, is designed for community, for harmony, for society. Look closely. It has shaped what is lesser for the service of what is greater, and the greatest it has bound together in unity. See how it arranges all things, each part placed with care, each role distributed according to worth. And those few things which are highest, it has joined in a single concord, a perfect agreement, as though tuned by the hand of reason itself. Verse 25. How have you lived? Toward the gods? Toward your parents, your brothers, your wife, your children, toward your teachers, your mentors, your friends, those who serve you, those who depend on you. Have you harmed them? By word or by deed? Recall how much you've endured, how many hardships you have already passed through, how many duties you've fulfilled. Think, how many true goods you've come to understand, how many pleasures you have set aside, how many sorrows you've endured with calm, how many honors eternally praised you have chosen to let go, and how often, with reason and grace, you've met the unreasonable. Verse 26. Why should the foolish and unlearned disturb the soul that is wise, the soul that sees clearly from beginning to end, the one that understands the rational essence flowing through all things, unchanged across all ages? That soul knows all things are governed in time. All things are woven by one reason, dispersed and ordered with purpose. Let the ignorant be restless, but let the wise remain untroubled. Verse 27. Soon enough you will be ashes, or bones, or perhaps not even a name. And what is a name but a hollow sound, an echo fading into nothing? All the things we cherish, the honors we chase, the pleasures we cling to, are they not petty, putrid, children biting one another, puppies yapping and tugging, so serious, so absurd? Faith, modesty, justice, truth, they've long fled the earth, ascended to somewhere more fitting. Why stay then? If senses deceive, if bodies rot, if fame is a fool's dream, stay for this: to praise the gods, to do good for others, to endure them patiently, and never do them harm. As for the rest, your body, your breath, your life, they are not yours. They were never yours. Verse 28. You will never be too late so long as you choose the right path. In both your judgments and your actions, follow order, follow reason. There are two things shared by all rational souls, whether human or divine. First, that nothing can stop them from doing what is their true work. Second, that fulfillment lies in virtue itself, not beyond it, not after it, but in the doing of what is just, what is right. And so, let your desire rest here, in righteousness, in right action, nowhere else. Verse 29. If this deed is not wicked, and I have done no wrong, then why should it trouble me? If the public is not truly harmed, why carry the burden of another's illusion? Do not be swayed by popular outcry, by the noise of the crowd. Help others, yes, when it is within your power, and when your aid concerns real needs. But do not mistake the clamor over worldly losses for true injury. As the old man in the play asked for his foster child's toy, a rattle, so too we must remember, this is all it is. These court disputes, these loud demands, what are they really? Have you forgotten what they are? Yes, once I too was fooled by them, but let that be enough. I was a fool, no longer. Verse 30. Let death surprise me, when it will, and where it will. Still, I may be El Moiros, a happy man. For who is happy? He who has chosen well his portion in life. And what is that portion? Right inclinations, right desires, right actions. This is the happy man. Book 6, presented by Rust Books. In this volume, Marcus Aurelius continues his deep inner reflections on the nature of virtue, pain, and the harmony of the universe. These meditations remind us that suffering, injustice, and death lose their power when we understand our place in nature and act according to reason. This book encourages steadfastness of character, acceptance of fate, and the pursuit of a virtuous life, even amidst chaos. Let us begin. Verse 1. The matter of the universe, soft, yielding, ever ready to be shaped. And the reason that governs all? It holds no evil, does no wrong. By its very nature, it cannot. All things unfold, as it wills, and nothing at all can be truly harmed by it. Verse 2. Let it be all the same to you, whether you're half frozen or warm, half asleep or well rested, praised or criticized. Still, do your duty. Even if you are dying, do that too, as one more task assigned. For dying is no less a part of your work in this life. Verse 3. Look within. Let nothing, neither its nature nor its true value, pass by you unnoticed. See each thing clearly. Grasp it fully before you let it go. Verse 4. All substances soon change, either dissolving into vapor if all returns to one, or scattering as others believe. But the rational essence, the mind that governs all, knows itself. It knows what it does, what it acts upon, and why. So it is no surprise that we who do not understand so often stand in wonder. Verse 5. The best kind of revenge is not to become like unto them. Verse 6. Let this be thy only joy, thy only comfort, to pass from one kind, sociable action unto another, without pause, with God ever in thy mind. Verse 7. The rational soul, it alone has the power to move itself, to shape what it is, and to color all that happens according to its own choosing. Verse 8. All things unfold according to the nature of the universe, not by any foreign or random cause. If this world is mere chaos, a tangled heap of chance, why cling to it? Why strive to please the gods if dissolution is all there is? But if there is order, if providence governs all, then my reverence is not in vain. Then I will be at peace and trust in the one who holds all things together. Verse 9. When hardship strikes, when the soul is shaken, return to yourself as swiftly as you can. Do not remain out of tune a moment longer than necessity demands. For the sooner you find your note again, the more steadily you'll hold it next time. And in time, with practice, you will fall and rise into harmony with ease. Verse 10. If you had both a stepmother and a true mother, you might honor them both. But to your true mother, your heart would always return. So let it be with the court and your philosophy. Pay your due to the court, but let philosophy be your refuge. Go back to her often. She makes all other things bearable, and she teaches you how to be bearable to others. Verse 11. How wonderfully useful it is to see things as they truly are. That meal, a carcass of a fish. That luxurious wine, merely grape juice. The purple robe, just sheep's wool dyed in the blood of a shellfish. Even pleasure, coitus, is but the friction of entrails, a bit of bodily fluid, and a momentary spasm, as Hippocrates would have said. Let this habit stay with you always, to see through the illusion, to strip things of their pomp and gravity, and reveal their true nature. Because appearances are magicians,
And the greater the show, the more likely we are to be deceived. Verse 13. See what Crates said, even of Xenocrates himself. No man, however wise or austere, is above the gaze or the judgment of another soul. Verse 13. What is it that people admire? The common sort marvel at things most general, stones, wood, figs, vines, olives, nature's bare materials. Those more refined admire animated life, herds of beasts, the beauty of motion. The curious go further still, adoring cleverness, invention, art, or simply the possession of other reasoning souls, slaves, gathered not for good, but pride. But the wise, they honor the rational soul itself, for its reason and its power to live in harmony. Such a man preserves his reason, cultivates sociability, and acts in union with the divine order of the universe. Verse 14. Some things hasten to come into being, others to pass away. Even what is now, already part of it is gone. All is in motion, a constant turning, like the world remade each day by time's invisible hand. So why cling to anything in a world where nothing stays? Why fix affection on what vanishes like a sparrow flickering past your window? Life itself, just breath, an exhalation of blood, a drifting of air. You breathe in, you breathe out, and one day you release it all back into the current from which it came.
Verse 15. Is it the breathing of plants, mere vegetative life, that we cherish so deeply? Or perhaps the breath of beasts, sensations, appetites, instincts? Is life precious because we can imagine? Because we hunger? Because we feed? If so, we're no better than cattle, feeding one moment, voiding the next. Is it the sound of applause? Nor more than tongues clattering together. What then should be dear to us? This, to act and move according to the nature that is truly ours. Just as every craft aims to make a thing fit for its purpose, the vine dressed to bear fruit, the colt trained to ride, the child taught to reason, so too should we aim to live in harmony with our reason. If this alone is dear to you, you will need nothing more. But if you still long for what others possess, you will never be free. Envy, suspicion, resentment, these will chain you. But if you honor only your own mind, you will find contentment, peace with others, and harmony with the will of the gods. Verse 16. The elements move, some sinking beneath, others rising above, some swirling about. But the motion of virtue, it is unlike these, not downward like earth, not upward like fire, not circular like air, but higher still, unseen, divine. It travels a path that cannot be traced by the senses, nor measured by the world. And yet it leads straight on, swift, sure, and blessed. Verse 17. Is it not strange? They scorn the praise of those alive beside them, those who share their very hour. Yet they long fiercely for admiration from those unborn, strangers they shall never meet. As if a man should mourn not being praised by the dead. Verse 18. Never imagine something is impossible for man simply because you find it hard or cannot yet do it.
If it lies within the power of any human soul, then it lies within yours as well. Verse 19. Picture this. In the wrestling school, someone scratches you badly, tears your skin, breaks your head open. You're hurt, yes, but you don't scream at him. You don't suspect him of plotting against you. Even as you defend yourself, you do it calmly, not out of hate, but with restraint, as one might sidestep, not strike. So live the rest of your life the same way. Many injuries we suffer are like those in the ring. They may sting, but they need not turn us bitter.
Verse 21. I will do what is mine to do. As for all else, whether senseless matter, irrational beasts, or even men who stray from reason, they will not trouble me. To the witless I bring reason. To the unreasonable I bring patience. Toward all men, as fellow beings of reason, I strive to act with grace and fellowship. And in all that I do, I remember the gods. As for how long I may live, let that be indifferent to me. Even 3 hours lived rightly are enough. Verse 22. Alexander the Great and the man who dressed his mules, once dead, both became the same. Either they returned to that rational essence from which all things spring, or they were scattered alike into dust and atoms. Verse 23. Consider how many things in a single moment occur within you, in body and in soul. Is it strange, then, if far greater things, or even all things, may happen at once within the vast unity we call the world? Verse 24. If someone were to ask you, how is the word Antoninus spelled? You'd focus and recite it, letter by letter, clearly, patiently. And if someone interrupted you, arguing or mocking, would you stop to quarrel? Or would you simply go on, completing what you began? So too, with every duty in life. Each has its letters, its steps. Keep to them, quietly, without dispute, until the task is done. Verse 25. Is it not a harsh thing to forbid a man from seeking what he believes is best for his nature, what he thinks leads to his good? Yet that's what we do when we grow angry at others for their faults. They are not aiming to do wrong, but rather chasing what they think is right, however mistaken. So do not be angry. Instead, teach them, show them a better way, but do not let wrath be your guide. Verse 26. Death is no terror. It is but a ceasing from the burdens of sense, from the tyranny of our passions, from the deceptions of thought and the bondage of the flesh. It is release, not ruin. Verse 27. If thy body can endure the strain of life, is it not a shame that thy soul should falter first? Beware, lest you exchange the soul of a philosopher for that of a courtier, painted with power but hollow at the core. Stay true, simple, just, genuine, humble, compassionate, and strong, as philosophy would have molded thee, hadst thou given her all. Worship the gods. Care for mankind. This life is brief. Only charity and a holy heart bear fruit upon this earth.
Verse 28. In all thy actions, walk as a true disciple of Antoninus Pius. Remember his steadfast reason, his unwavering calm, his sacred bearing, the warmth in his smile, his kindness without pride. Recall his diligence, how he pursued truth completely,
never resting till the matter was clear, his patience with unjust blame, his restraint, his refusal to judge without deep understanding. He was no slanderer, no coward, no suspicious soul. His words were plain, never artificial. He lived simply, in bed, in food, in clothing, with no demand for comfort, yet enduring hardship with grace. He could go from morning till night without pause or complaint, his friendships faithful and firm, welcoming even opposition with joy if truth was the prize, and his reverence of the divine, deep but never superstitious. Hold all this within thee, so when death finds thee, as it once found him, it finds thee with peace and a clear conscience. Verse 29. Stir up thy mind. Rouse thy reason from the fog of dreams and waking visions. When thou art truly awake, see them for what they were, phantoms, illusions, troubles born in slumber. And just as one, newly risen from sleep, laughs gently at the dream that disturbed him, so must thou look upon this world, its fears, its ambitions, its glittering rewards. See them as shadows, no more real than sleep. Verse 30. I consist of two parts, body and soul. To the body, all things are indifferent. It knows no preference. It feels no judgment. It simply is. To the soul, all that lies beyond her own work is likewise indifferent. What matters to her is only that which she does, and only that which is now. The past is gone, the future unseen. Only the present action belongs to her. Let her then be calm, unshaken by what has been, undisturbed by what may come. Verse 31. As long as the foot walks, as long as the hand acts, in the way that is proper to them, their effort is not unnatural. So too with man. If he lives according to what is proper to man, his labor is not against nature, and what is not against nature cannot harm him. But consider, if happiness truly lay in pleasure, why then do robbers, the impure, those who kill their kin, and tyrants so often seem full of it? No, pleasure alone is no true mark of the good. Verse 32. Dost thou not see how even the most humble craftsmen, though simple in mind, remain steadfast in their art? They cling to their trade, unwilling to turn from it. And is it not a shame that a builder or a physician should be more faithful to bricks or to bodies than a man is to his own true craft, reason, which he shares with the gods themselves?
Verse 33. Asia, Europe, what are they but corners in the vast whole? The sea, a single drop. Mount Athos, no more than a clod. All time present, a mere point in eternity. All things petty, fleeting, soon altered, soon gone. Yet all from one beginning. Perhaps each thing deliberately resolved by the divine mind, or perhaps spun out by necessity. So fear not the lion's jaws, nor poison, nor the sting of things. They are like thorns and mud, necessary companions to beauty and light. Do not oppose them in your heart. Rather, contemplate the source from which all things flow. Verse 34. He who sees the present sees all that ever was, and all that ever shall be. For all things are of one kind, and all alike, one to another. Meditate often on how all things are connected,
how one thing relates to another, woven together, interlaced, folded into one great unity. For everything follows everything, by motion through space, by nature's hidden harmonies, by the deep union of substance with substance. All things bound together in one unbroken whole. Verse 35. Adapt yourself to the life that destiny has woven for you. Accept the place, the events, the people, and love them truly. Just as a tool fits its purpose, even when the craftsman is long gone, so too you were shaped for a purpose. But unlike the tool, the power that shaped you still dwells within. Nature herself, active, present, guiding. So live in harmony with her will, flow with her purpose, and in doing so, you will find that all is well, not only with the world, but with your soul. Verse 36. If you count as good or evil those things beyond your power, things you cannot control or avoid, then suffering will surely follow. For when you fail to gain what you call good, or are struck by what you call evil, you'll blame the gods. You'll resent men. Even those innocent, you'll suspect them as causes of your pain or loss. But what if you judged only those things within your will, your choices, your actions, your judgments, as truly good or evil? Then there would be no need to curse heaven, no cause to make enemies of men. Peace would return, not through the world changing, but through the freedom of your mind.
Verse 37. We all play a part in the working of the world, some with reason knowingly, others in ignorance, like those who sleep. Even those who complain, who fight against fate, who mutter and resist, they too serve the universe. For even opposition is used by the world's great order. So ask yourself, which kind of worker will you be? Will you join in willingly, or be dragged blind through your role? Either way, the great mind that governs all will not fail to use you. He will shape your every deed, whether in harmony or defiance, into the story of the whole. But do not be that absurd, forgotten verse in a comedy, useless, mocked, and out of tune with the play. Verse 39. If the gods have truly considered what shall happen to me, then I must trust their wisdom. For could the divine be careless or cruel? What good would it do them or the world to harm me without cause? Surely none. But if they have not chosen my fate in particular, still they have shaped the whole, and all that comes to me flows from that greater design. So I accept it, as I must. Yet, and this is darkest of thoughts, if the gods neither plan for me nor for the world at all, then why pray? Why swear oaths? Why believe in their presence? Still, thank the divine, that even so, I can choose how I live. And what is best for me? To act in accordance with my nature, to think with reason, to live in harmony with my fellow citizens, to serve my city. As Antoninus, Rome is my city, but as a human being, the world itself is my home. And what helps the world, helps me. Verse 40. Whatever happens to anyone in any form serves the good of the whole. And truly, that alone should satisfy us, that the universe is served. But if you look more closely, with care and patient thought, you'll see it more clearly. What happens to one touches all. Even those things we call indifferent, health or wealth or loss, they too belong to that greater harmony, not good or evil in themselves, but woven in to the fabric of what must be. Verse 41. Just as in the theater, when the same scenes repeat again and again, you grow tired of the show. So too in life. The same sun rises, the same stars fade, the same ambitions, the same vanities. Above and below, it is all the same. From the same causes spring the same results. And so, when then will it end?
Verse 42. Keep before your mind the endless deaths of men, from all lands, all professions, all ranks. Philistio, Phoebus, Oregonian, names now whispers, gone. Move on in thought to other ages. There too are the great ones, orators, philosophers, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, the mighty captains, the honored kings, the brilliant minds, Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, even the sharpest, the proudest, the mockers of life's fragility, like Menippus, they too have passed, and now they suffer nothing. Even those forgotten feel no loss. There is but one thing worth holding to walk this life with truth, with righteousness, and to meet the false and unjust with patience and with love. Verse 43. Let the countless deaths of men, of every kind, from every land and calling, be always present in your thoughts. Even the obscure, Philistio, Phoebus, Oregonian. Now think on greater names, the generations to which we too must go after countless turns of fate. Where are the orators, the wise, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates? Where are the heroes of old, the commanders of later days, the kings? Where are Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes? Where are the keen, the daring, the subtle, and the proud? Where are the scoffers, like Menippus, who mocked the shortness of this life? They are all gone, every one. And what harm has it done them? Even those whose names have vanished have lost nothing by it. There is but one thing in this world truly worth our effort: to live in truth, to act with justice, and to meet even the unjust with gentleness and grace. Verse 44. Dost thou grieve that thy body weighs but so many pounds, and not 300 instead? What sense would that make? Then why grieve that thy life is but so many years, and not far longer? Even as thou art content with the measure of thy form and frame, so too shouldst thou be content with the measure of thy time. Verse 45. Let us strive, yes, do our utmost, to persuade them with reason and justice. But if still they resist, let justice guide thee anyway. And if any by force oppose thy path or block thy purpose, then let thy will shift, not into defeat, but into patience. Let contentment and equanimity rise where justice was stopped. Remember, thou didst always move with this understanding, that thy aims were made with reservation. You never demanded what was impossible, but only hoped, so long as reason allowed. And that hope, to keep thy will governed by reason, is always within thy power. And what more can a man truly ask?
Verse 46. The ambitious man, he rests his happiness on the praise of others, on borrowed applause. The man of pleasure, he seeks his joy in fleeting sensations, in the stirrings of the flesh. But the wise man, he finds contentment in his own action, not in what others say, nor in what the body feels, but in what he does, rightly, truly, freely. Verse 47. It lies within thy power to cast out any opinion, any false conceit about what has befallen thee. And by casting out opinion, thou castest out sorrow. For things themselves, they have no voice, no will, no power to command thy thoughts. They do not tell thee, this is misfortune, this is grief. Thy judgment alone gives them shape and color. Withdraw that judgment, and the sorrow dissolves. Verse 48. Train thyself, that when any man speaks to thee, thou givest him thy full attention. Let no other thoughts intrude. Let thy mind not wander, nor drift to other matters, but instead hold thyself steady, as though thy soul were fixed to his own. Whoever he is, make him feel heard, seen, and understood. Verse 49. That which is not good for the hive cannot be good for the bee. What harms the whole harms the part. No man may seek his own advantage at the cost of the common good, and still call it virtue.
Verse 50. Will passengers complain if they are safely brought to shore? Will patients protest if their physician brings them healing? They care not for style, only for the outcome. Let thy own task be judged the same, not by show, but by whether it serves what is truly needed. Verse 51. How many souls who entered this world when I did have already departed from it? We walked together once, unaware of the swiftness of the turning wheel. And now they are gone, and I remain. Let this remind thee, life is not ours to keep, but to use well while it is still ours. Verse 52. To the jaundiced, honey tastes bitter. To the mad, even water appears a threat. To a child, a mere ball is a treasure beyond price. And so, why should I be angry with those misled by error or false belief? Is not ignorance as potent a poison as bile in the blood or venom in the brain? Let me meet confusion not with wrath, but with understanding. Verse 53. No man, no power can prevent you from living in accord with your nature. Nothing can befall you but what nature in her wisdom has woven into the common good. So live as you were made to live, freely, rightly, and in harmony with the whole. Verse 54. Consider what kind of men they are, those you strive to please. What is it they chase? And by what means do they seek it? How small the prize, how fleeting the applause. And then how quickly time will blanket it all in dust, as it has done so many times before, burying names, burying deeds, burying desires.
Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. This is Book 7 of Meditations, a reminder to live with clarity, discipline, and strength, even when the world is loud. Presented by Rust Books. Verse 1. What is wickedness? It is no stranger. You've seen it often, in the world, in others, perhaps even in yourself. So when anything troubles you, remind yourself
This too I have seen before. Above and below, the pattern repeats. The same old stories, told in ancient times, retold in every generation. Towns filled with it, houses filled with it. There is nothing new. All things are ordinary and fleeting. Verse 2. What fear is there that your philosophy should die in you, your guiding thoughts, your practiced truths? So long as you keep alive the images and reflections that sustain them, they cannot lose their power. It is in your hands to shape what happens into something right and true. If it is right, why be troubled? What lies beyond your understanding need not concern you. Your mind, that alone is your domain. Hold this truth close, and you will stand firm. Verse 3. What most men long for, what they would beg the gods for after death, you may give yourself right now, to live again. See the world anew, as you've already seen it. The pageantry and pomp, the spectacles, the herds, the quarrels, are they not the same? Like scraps tossed to starving dogs, or baited hooks for hungry fish. A swarm of ants toiling under burden, a flurry of mice scurrying in fear, puppets pulled by invisible strings. Amidst all this, stand still, stay gentle, resist indignation, and remember, a man's worth is measured by what he values. Verse 4. Word by word, each must be understood on its own. So too with actions, intention by intention, purpose by purpose, each must be seen in its own light. Just as we study our actions, asking what purpose each one serves, we must examine every word, not by how people use it, but by what it truly means, in harmony with nature and truth. Verse 5. Can my reason handle this? If yes, then I'll act, quietly, without applause, like a tool used rightly by nature, measured, humble. If not, if this task is beyond my skill or duty, then I'll step back, let someone better suited take it, or I'll assist, adding my reason where I can, for the sake of the common good, firm, grounded. Whatever I do, alone or with others, let it serve the whole. As for praise, think how many praised men are already forgotten. Even those who praised them are now dust. So don't be ashamed to lean on another. You're a soldier scaling a wall. If injury or fate keeps you from the top, will you give up? Or press on, using the hand that reaches out? Verse 6. Let not the future trouble you. If it must come, your reason will meet it as it meets the present, with patience and peace. All things are bound together. A sacred thread ties each to the other. Nothing exists that is not kin to all else that is. Each part holds its place, and all, by harmony, compose one beautiful whole, a cosmos, a living work of order, one law, one truth, one reason shared among all who are reasonable, and one perfection for all who share in reason's light. Verse 7. Whatever is material soon fades back into the common substance of the universe, and whatever gives it form, whatever animates matter, returns swiftly to the shared reason that governs all things. Even fame, even memory, is swallowed by the endless age of the whole. Verse 8. To a reasonable creature, the same action is both according to nature and according to reason. Verse 9. What is straight by its own nature, not bent into shape, not corrected or forced to appear upright. Just as a tree that grows toward the sun doesn't need to be straightened, so too the soul, when it follows reason, needs no correction from outside. To be truly good, you must not pretend to be virtuous. You must be so. straight by your own essence. Verse 10, just as the fingers, arms, and limbs are all members of a single body, so too are we, rational beings, members of a greater living whole. We may seem scattered, different cities, different faces, different lives, but we are all made for one shared purpose: to live in harmony, to act together, to serve the good of the whole. Say to yourself often, I am a member of the body of all rational beings, not just a part, but a living member, with blood flowing from the same source. If you only think of yourself as a part, disconnected, useful only when convenient, you have not yet truly understood what it means to love humanity. True joy in doing good does not come from thinking it's the right thing to do, but from seeing clearly, when you help another, you help yourself. Because we are not separate, we are one body. Verse 11, let the world do what it will. Storms may come, people may speak, fortune may rise and fall. Let those things which are vulnerable to chance complain, if they must. If a body is bruised, let it ache. If wealth is lost, let the coins grieve. But I will not say, this is evil. For nothing can hurt me unless I let it enter my mind and call it harm. And this choice, this power is always mine. Verse 12, whatever anyone says, whatever anyone does, you must remain good, not for their sake, but for your own. Just as gold never asks, what shall I become if struck? Just as an emerald does not question, shall I lose my color if ignored? Just as purple does not plead, will they still call me royal? So must you say, I am what I am by nature, and nothing, no man's praise or scorn can change that. Verse 13, let this be your comfort, your protection, that your understanding, which rules over all, need not bring trouble upon itself. It cannot be forced to fear. It cannot be dragged into desire. It will not grieve unless it chooses to. Pause thoughtfully. If another has the power to hurt the body, let them do so. But the body may ache, and still the soul remains unshaken. If the body complains, let it complain. But the mind, your reason, is free to stay untouched. Only the soul can truly feel fear or sorrow, and only if you let it. So don't let it. The soul is enough for itself. It lacks nothing, and needing nothing, it cannot be harmed unless it betrays itself. Verse 14, what is eudaimonia, true happiness? Is it not simply this? A good spirit within. Then what is this that has crept in now? This opinion? By the gods, I command you, be gone as you came. I do not need you. Yes, you visited before, just as you always have, the old intruder, whispering in the hearts of men. But now, I see you clearly. You are nothing but illusion, and having exposed you, I release you. Go. Verse 15. Is there any man so foolish as to fear change, when everything that now exists only came into being through change? What is more natural, more welcome to the universe itself? How could you even enjoy a warm bath if the wood that heats it were not first consumed and changed? How could your body be nourished if food remained as it was, never transforming into flesh? Is there anything useful in life that does not come from change? Then why
Why should you fear that final change called death? It is of the same nature, a necessity, a service to the order of the universe. Verse 16. Through the great substance of the universe, all pass, like bodies carried by a mighty current. All are of one nature, and all cooperate in the same work, just as the limbs of a single body do.
How many like Chrysippus? How many like Socrates? How many like Epictetus has the world already swept away? Let this be your reminder, whether you face men or matters, that nothing should ever grip your soul too tightly. Fix your thoughts only here, that you do nothing against your nature as a man, not in what you do, not in how you do it, nor in the moment you choose to act. The time is near when you will forget all things, and soon after, you yourself will be forgotten. While you still breathe, devote yourself to what is truly human, to love even those who wrong you. This becomes possible when you remind yourself they are your kin. They sin out of ignorance, not malice, and before long, both you and they will vanish into the stream. Above all, remember, he has done you no harm. Your mind is not degraded. Your virtue remains untouched. Verse 17. The nature of the universe, this common substance of all things, is like a vast piece of wax. From it, it shapes a horse, and then, dissolving that, reshapes it into a tree, then again into a man, and from there into something else. Each form brief as a breath, fleeting in time. And as for dissolution, if it is no sorrow for pieces of wood to be joined into a chest or a box, why should it be grievous when those same parts are taken apart again? What is natural to come together is just as natural to be taken apart. Verse 18. An angry face is a face turned against nature, and strangely, you will often see it on those at the very edge of death. But even if all anger in you were truly extinguished, even if you were incapable of ever feeling rage again, still that is not enough. You must go further. Understand, by clear and honest thought, that anger itself is always against reason. And if even your sense of innocence is gone, if you've lost the comfort of knowing your acts follow reason, then what is left to live for? Everything you see is fleeting. Nature herself, who governs all, is constantly transforming. What is now soon becomes something else, and then that into something else again. So the world forever renews itself, always changing, yet always whole. Verse 19. Whenever someone wrongs you, ask yourself, what did he believe to be good? What did he believe to be evil that led him to act this way? When you see clearly what he thought he was pursuing, you will feel pity, not anger, not surprise. For either you still share his belief and would have acted the same had you been in his place, or you've risen beyond that error and know better. So how can you be harsh to one who still stumbles in ignorance? Error deserves not wrath, but gentleness. Verse 20. Do not imagine the future as though it were already here. Rather, look at the present. Pick something near you, something you benefit from, and think, how deeply would I miss this if it were suddenly gone? But beware, lest your gratitude become attachment. For if you overvalue what you have now, then when it's taken, your peace will be taken too. Withdraw within. Return to your center. Your rational, ruling self was made for justice and finds rest in its own virtue. If it has justice,
It has peace. It needs nothing more. Verse 21. Wipe away opinion. Still the storm of your passions. Hold back the tide of all unreasoning urges. Fix your attention only on the present moment. Whatever has happened, to you or to others, analyze it calmly. Divide what you see, form and matter. Study each thing as it is. Ask, what caused it? What comes from it? Did your neighbor do wrong? Let the blame stay with him. Let your peace stay with you. Delight in modesty, in truth, in clarity, in knowing that what lies between virtue and vice, pleasure, pain, success, failure, is indifferent to your soul. Love mankind. Obey God. Verse 22. All things, he said, are governed by order and appointment. But what if only the elements obey this law? Still, it will suffice to remember, whether all things or only a few follow divine order, yet some order there is. And as for death, either it is dispersion or extinction, or a return of atoms, or translation to another place. And pain, that which is intolerable ends quickly. That which persists must be endurable. Meanwhile, the mind, which is master of all, may withdraw from the body's cries and remain still, tranquil. Thy understanding suffers no wound. If the body feels pain, let it speak for itself, if it can. As for praise, look closely at the praisers. What do they value? What do they avoid? What truly fills their mind?
Consider the shore, how each wave buries the last beneath fresh heaps of sand. So too in life are all things that came before, soon buried by what comes next. Verse 23, from Plato. Plato writes, "He whose mind is truly great, who has made a habit of contemplating all time and all things in their fullness, do you think this mortal life can seem any great matter to him?" "It is not possible," came the reply. And then, "Neither will such a one fear death or account it grievous." By no means. Verse 24, from Antisthenes. Antisthenes said, "It is a princely thing to do well and yet be ill spoken of. It is shameful that the face should obey the mind, shaped and adorned as the mind desires, yet the mind itself should not care to shape or dress itself in the manner most noble, most becoming." Verse 25, from several poets and comic writers. "It will avail thee little to pour out thy anger on the things that have crossed thy path, for they feel it not. And thou shalt only make thyself a laughingstock to gods and men. Our lives are reaped like ripened ears of corn. One stands, another falls. And if the gods neglect me and my children, there is reason even for that. So long as justice and right stand with me, I shall not tremble, nor shall I weep with those who do." Verse 26, out of Plato. "My answer, full of justice and equity, should be this: Thy speech is not right, O man, if thou supposest that one of true worth should regard life or death as matters of great hazard. No, his only care should be this: Are my actions just? Are they the acts of a good man or of a wicked one? This is the truth, O men of Athens. Whatever place a man has chosen or lawfully been set in, there he must remain. He must not fear death, nor anything else more than he fears doing what is shameful. O noble soul, consider,
True happiness, true nobility, lie not in preserving our lives or the lives of others, but in living virtuously for as long as life endures. For death cannot be escaped. Even a child knows this. So let the wise man give his care to living rightly, while life is his to live. Look upward. Follow the stars and planets in their courses. Let their eternal motion cleanse the filth of earthly life. From that higher view, see the world laid out below. Flocks, armies, marriages and divorces, births and deaths, judges in courts, wanderers in deserts, barbarians in nations, festivals and funerals, fairs and markets, all in tumult. Yet from such chaos emerges the harmony and beauty of the universe. Verse 27, on the repetition of history and the inevitable return. Look back on the empires of the past, the rise and fall of monarchies, the shifting forms of commonwealths. One change, then another, always the same pattern. Now look ahead to what is yet to come. It shall be no different. Nothing will break the harmony that now plays through the world, this great concert of cause and effect. So what does it matter whether you are a spectator for 40 years or 10,000? What more will you see? That which came from earth returns to earth again. That which came from heaven returns again to heaven. Whether it be the breaking apart of entangled atoms or the calm dispersion of incorruptible elements, it matters not. Still, men try, with meats and drinks, with spells and cures, to divert the stream, to outrun death. Yet the wind that blows from above must be endured, no matter how we struggle, no matter how we strive. Verse 28, on true strength. He has a stronger body than mine. He is a better wrestler. But what of it? Is he more generous than I? Is he more modest? Does he endure hardship with greater calm? Does he meet the offenses of others with more gentleness, more forgiveness? If not, then what strength is that which does not touch the soul? Verse 29, on living in agreement with reason. Where a thing may be done in accordance with reason, that reason which is common to both gods and men, there can be no cause for sorrow. For where the fruit of just action, born from man's true nature, may still be gathered, how could there be any loss? At any place, at any moment, you hold the power to accept the will of the gods and to treat all with fairness and reason. Examine each impression that comes. Let nothing slip by until you have grasped its nature, until your judgment is clear and your heart remains whole. Verse 30, on living in agreement with reason. Look not into the minds of others. Instead, look forward to where nature leads you. Let the nature of the universe guide you in what befalls. Let your own nature guide you in what you do. You are born for a purpose, and that purpose is to live according to nature, to act for the common good. Do not surrender to the stirrings of the flesh. Reason was made to govern, and she must not bow to appetite or sensation. They are brutish. She is sovereign. 3 things belong to your nature: to live for the common good, to master your impulses, and to avoid all rashness and error. Let your mind walk this path, straightforward, undistracted, and in doing so, you will find peace. Verse 31, on accepting fate and making right use of life. Live now as if you had already died with honor, and this life that remains were a gift granted once more, to live it well. Love only that which fate appoints. What could be more reasonable? When hardship strikes, recall those before you to whom the same misfortune came. They grieved, they raged, they despaired, and now they are gone. Will you follow them into complaint and misery? Or will you, leaving such fickleness behind, choose instead to use each trial as fuel for virtue? Every misfortune is material for you to shape with purpose. Let it be your concern that whatever you do, you approve of yourself in doing it. Remember, as each action changes, so does the kind of virtue it requires. Look inward, for there within is the fountain of all good, and if you keep digging, you will never run dry. Verse 33, on physical discipline and inner harmony. Train your body to remain still, balanced, not fidgeting, not restless. Just as your mind commands your face to reflect gravity and calm, so let it guide the posture and movements of your whole body. But let this control be without vanity, without pretense, no showing off. Let stillness come naturally from within, not as a performance, but as a reflection of inner reason. Verse 34, on resilience and readiness. The art of living is not like the grace of a dancer, but the strength of a wrestler. For life does not ask you to glide, it throws you down without warning. Your task, to be ready for it, to meet every impact with firm footing, so that nothing at all can truly cast you down. Verse 34, on the judgment of others. What sort of people are they whose approval you seek? What is the condition of their minds? What drives their opinions? What do they truly understand? If you see clearly, you will no longer be disturbed by their blame, nor crave their praise.
No soul, he says, is willingly deprived of the truth, and so not willingly of justice, or kindness, or temperance either. Remember this always, and you will walk gently and deal more kindly with all humankind. Verse 35, on pain and inner strength. Whatever pain you feel, remember this first. It is not shameful. It cannot touch your ruling mind, the seat of reason, unless you allow it. Pain cannot spoil your purpose, nor weaken your will to live in service of the common good. No pain is eternal, and none is truly intolerable, if you hold it within the bounds of reason, and don't let false opinion overtake you. Consider, too, how many things trouble you that you do not even call pain. Restless sleep, heat, lost appetite. When such discomfort stirs resentment in you, say to yourself, so, pain has bested you. Your strength falters. Verse 36, on guarding the soul against contempt. Be watchful that you never allow yourself to feel toward even the wicked what most men feel toward one another, not even toward the cruel, the unjust, the unnatural, should your heart harden. Let not bitterness take root, nor contempt become your companion. For it is one thing to see wrong clearly, it is another to become like those who commit it. Verse 37, on the true measure of a man like Socrates. How do we know Socrates was so great, so extraordinary? Was it because he died nobly? Because he outwitted the sophists? Endured frost and hardship? Refused to seize an ansant man? These may be impressive, but they are not enough. Did he truly walk the streets with majesty, as his enemies claimed? Even if true, is that truly virtue? The real question is this: what kind of soul did Socrates possess? Did he dedicate himself to justice toward men and reverence toward the gods? Was he unshaken by the wickedness of others, unafraid to stand alone in righteousness? Did he meet the will of the gods without complaint, without despair? And above all, did his soul remain unmoved by the passions and trials of the body, self-guided, self-restrained, aimed always at the good? Verse 38, on the quiet greatness and simple happiness. It is truly possible that a man may be divine in spirit and yet remain unknown to the world. Remember this always. And also remember, true happiness requires very little. Even if you cannot become a master of logic or a scholar of nature, this does not keep you from being kind, from being modest, from being generous, from obeying the will of God. Verse 39, on inner freedom and perfect acceptance. Free from all compulsion, with joy and cheerfulness, you may live out your days, even if the world cries out against you, even if wild beasts tear at your mortal flesh. What can disturb the mind if she holds fast to peace, in her judgments and in her actions? Let her speak clearly to misfortune. This is what you are in truth, however cruel you may appear. And let her welcome what stands before her. You are exactly what I was made to face. Whatever comes, let it be embraced, as worthy of reason and as an occasion for charity. For all that happens serves either the glory of the gods or the good of men. In nature, there is nothing new, nothing that cannot be borne. All is usual, all is manageable. Verse 40, on living each day as the last. A man has reached the height of virtue when he lives each day as though it were his last, without frenzy and desire, without numbness of soul. No masks, no falsehoods, no lies to self or others. Only presence, only truth, only the simple dignity of being fully alive for one more honest day. Verse 41, on patience with others' faults. Can the gods, immortal and eternal, endure the sins of men for ages without wrath or weariness? And not only endure, but care for them, provide for them, as though they were worthy still.
And you, a fleeting spark, you rage at what you cannot bear for a moment? You, who are yourself among the sinners. It is foolishness to forgive in yourself what you condemn in others. Restrain what is yours to govern, and let go what never was. Verse 42, on worthy engagements. Whatsoever the mind encounters, if it offers no food for reason, no chance for kindness, she turns away from it. She judges it beneath her. For the mind that is both rational and social needs purpose, truth to understand, and people to serve. What gives neither is no fit companion for a thinking soul. Verse 44, on hidden goodness. When you've done good, and someone else is helped by it, must you, like a fool, still ask for something more? To be seen doing it? To be repaid someday? No one tires of what nourishes him, and every act in harmony with nature does just that. So do not grow weary of doing what is good for yourself when it is good for others. Verse 44, on divine order and peace of mind. Consider this. Before the universe began, whatever now exists was already present in the divine reason, foreseen and resolved upon. Since that first motion of creation, all that follows is either the result of that first design or part of a continuous, caring order for those beings endowed with reason. If the universe takes thought at all, it surely concerns its most rational offspring. Remember this often. It will bring peace to your soul. Presented by Rust Books.
This is Book 8 of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, written by an emperor, to himself, for strength, for clarity, for peace. These are not lessons for the world, but reminders for the soul. Let them guide you. Verse 1. On humility, reputation, and the true good. Let this thought restrain you from vanity, that you no longer possess the claim of one who has lived a full and consistent life of philosophy. To others, and especially to yourself, it is known that you have often lived contrary to reason. You have stumbled. It will be difficult now to recover the pure name and image of a philosopher. Your profession, your public life stands in the way. But if you truly understand what matters, you will set aside fame. It is enough if, from this day forward, you live according to your nature. So strive to learn what your nature truly requires. Let nothing else distract you. You have wandered long, and none of those paths brought happiness. Not logic, not riches, not praise, not pleasure. Where then is happiness found? In living according to the nature of man. How? By acting upon true principles. What are those principles? That nothing is truly good but justice, self-control, courage, and generosity, and nothing truly evil but what opposes them. Verse 2. On present actions and eternal perspective. Before every action, ask yourself this: how will this, once done, sit with me? Will I regret it? In a short while, I shall be gone, dead, all things ended. Then what else should I care for but this one thing, that whatever I now do be worthy of a rational being, whose aim is the common good, and whose rule is the law of reason, the very same by which the gods themselves are governed. Verse 3. On true power and the nature of greatness. Alexander, Caius, Pompeius, what are they compared to Diogenes, Heraclitus, or Socrates? These men looked inward. They uncovered the very nature of things. They examined causes, essences, and the soul of the world. And there was their true authority. But as for the conquerors, as deep as their delusion ran, so deep ran their slavery. Verse 4. On letting go of others' actions. They will do what they do, even if you should hang yourself. Let it not disturb you. Good or evil, everything unfolds by the nature of the universe. And soon, all things will pass away. Even the names of great men fade. Africanus, Augustus, forgotten. So, focus on the task before you. Anchor your mind to what matters. Remember what it means to be a good man. Speak only what is just, but let it be kind, modest, without pretense. Verse 5. On the universe's constant flow. The universe is always at work, moving what is here to there, changing it, and then carrying it on again. So do not fear what seems new. There is nothing new. All is familiar. All things move by balance, by rhythm, by nature's quiet justice. Verse 6. On harmony with reason and nature. Every nature finds peace when it moves in its own course. A reasonable nature speeds well when it gives no consent to false or uncertain thoughts. It acts always for the common good. It desires or avoids only what lies within its own power.
and it embraces willingly whatever the universe allots. For man is part of the whole, like a leaf to a tree. But unlike the leaf, his nature is not blind or bound. It is reasonable, just, and free. And thus, all things, duration, form, accident, are distributed with fairness. Do not look for justice in one thing by itself, but in the harmony of the whole. Verse 7, on time and true practice. You say you have no time to read? Then ask yourself, do you not have time to live rightly, to deny the pull of pleasure, to endure pain with dignity, to rise above vanity and praise? Do you not have time to train your soul not to wrong itself? And what of others, even those who are ungrateful, indifferent, or unjust? Let them not stir anger in you. Rather, let there be care. Let there still be concern for their welfare. Verse 8, on complaining about one's role. Forbear, from this moment on, to complain of the burdens of courtly life, not in the public eye, and not in private, to yourself. Let there be no more grumbling. You are where nature and duty have placed you. Endure it as your post, or leave it in silence.
Verse 9, on repentance and pleasure. Repentance is the soul's inward reproach for having neglected something profitable. But whatever is truly good must also be profitable. And a virtuous man sets his heart upon the good and esteems it rightly. Never did a virtuous man regret the omission of carnal pleasure. Then no carnal pleasure can be called truly good nor profitable. Verse 10, on examining all things clearly. This, what is it, in itself and by itself? What is its true nature, according to its proper constitution? What substance is it made of? What is the matter? What is its use? What gave it form? What caused it to be? For what purpose does it exist in this world? And how long will it remain? So must you examine all things that present themselves to you. Verse 11, on rising and returning to duty. When you are slow to rise, when sleep clings to you like fog, remind yourself to rise and to act for the common good. That is what your nature truly calls for. To sleep, that is for animals, for creatures without reason. But to rise for others, to serve with reason, this is not only natural, it is kind, it is pleasing to the soul. Verse 12, on judging appearances. As every image, every thought or impression rises before you, ask yourself, what is this, really? What is its true nature, its substance, its weight? Reflect, reason deeply. Let no imagination deceive you before you have seen it clearly. Verse 13, on expectations and human nature. At your first encounter with anyone, say silently to yourself, what does this person believe to be good or evil? What are their thoughts on pain and pleasure, on honor and disgrace, on life and death? Now, if their beliefs are mistaken, should I be surprised by their behavior? No. Just as we do not wonder that a fig tree bears figs, why should I wonder that a man acts according to his opinions? Even a physician does not wonder that a body takes fever. Even a sailor does not curse the wind for being what it is. So I will remember. People act from their beliefs, and beliefs are not always well formed. Verse 14, on changing one's mind. Remember this, to change your mind when reason shows you a better way, and to follow one who corrects you with truth, is as noble as finding the truth yourself. You are not asked to know everything from the beginning. It is enough to act within the reach of your own honest thought, your own sincere judgment, and your own reasoned understanding. Verse 15, on blame and responsibility. If this act were yours, if it were truly in your power, would you have done it? If not, then why do you blame anyone at all? Do you accuse the atoms, the gods? That too is madness. Blame no one. If it is in your power, then fix what is wrong. If not, why complain? Nothing should be done unless it leads somewhere. No action without a purpose. Verse 16, on death and the elements. Whatever dies, however it happens, wherever it falls, it cannot fall outside the world. Here it had its life. Here it has its change. Here, too, it returns to its elements. The elements it dissolves into are the same that make the world, and the same that you. And they, when changed, do not protest. So why should you? Verse 17, on purpose. Everything that exists was made for something. A horse, a vine, they have their use. Why does this surprise you? Even the sun, if it could speak, would say, I was made for a purpose. Each god has its proper function. And you? Were you made just to amuse yourself? To pass time in idle pleasure? Even common sense revolts at that. Verse 18, on endings. Nature has an end, not just in the beginning of things, or in their continuance, but in their final consummation too. The close of something is as natural as its birth. Verse 19, on fame and flesh. Consider a ball tossed in the air. Does it matter whether it rises or falls? Is it better when it's up or worse when it lands? The same with a bubble. If it lasts a little longer, what then? If it bursts, has it truly lost anything? Think of a candle. Does it gain worth by staying lit, or lose meaning when it goes out? So reason with yourself in matters of fame and in thoughts of death. As for the body, would you know its true worth? Turn it in your mind. Look not at its charm, but its decay. Old and wrinkled, sick and groaning, contorted in lust. Is that beautiful? And fame? Life is short. He who praises you and he who is praised, both will soon be dust and ashes. Even now, your praise is confined to a mere corner of one small land. And not even in that corner are you praised by all, barely by any consistently. And this earth itself is but a speck within the vast, indifferent universe. Verse 20, on right judgment. Whatever you encounter, there are only 4 things to consider. First, the matter itself. What is this thing in essence? Second, the dogma, the judgment you hold about it. Right or wrong, it colors everything. Third, the operation, what it does, what it affects, how it moves through the world. And lastly, its true sense and meaning, what it signifies, not to the world, but to you. Verse 21, on delayed virtue. Most justly have these things happened to you. Why do you not amend? Ah, because you'd rather become good tomorrow than be good today. But the universe waits for no man's delay. Verse 22, on action and acceptance. Shall I do it? I will, so long as the end of my action is to do good unto men. Doth anything happen to me by way of cross or adversity? I accept it, as from the gods and their providence, the fountain of all things, from which whatever comes to pass must surely flow. Verse 23, on worldly vanity.
Judge all by just one action. Take, for example, this bathing, which we waste so much time upon. What is it? Oil, sweat, filth, a sticky mix of ointments and body excretions, excrementitious viscosity, loathsome, base, and such almost is every part of our life, and every worldly object, polished on the surface, but beneath, sordid. Verse 24, on mortality and memory. Lucilla buried Verus. Then Lucilla was buried by others. So Secunda buried Maximus. Then Secunda herself was laid to rest. Epitinquinus, Diotimus, then Epitinquinus himself. Antoninus Pius buried Faustina, and then he too was buried. First Celer, then Adrianus. Then Adrianus too was no more. And those austere ones, those who foretold death, who walked proud and stately, where are they now? Carax, Demetrius the Platonic, Eudaemon, all were here for one day, all dead long gone. Some forgotten the moment they passed, others turned into stories, and those stories also forgotten. So remember, whatever you are made of will soon be scattered, and your breath, your soul, will either be no more or be translated and placed elsewhere. Verse 25, the joy that belongs to man. The true joy of a man is to do that which properly belongs to him as a man. And what is most proper to man? First, to be kindly and affectionately disposed toward others of his own kind, to cherish and care for his fellow human beings. Second, to turn away from the pull of the senses, to rise above pleasures and appetites. Third, to see through appearances, to discern rightly all the fancies and illusions that cloud the mind. And lastly, to contemplate the nature of the universe, to reflect deeply on all that is done within it and on the order behind it. In this contemplation, three relations arise. 1. To the immediate and apparent cause, the events as they seem to unfold. 2. To the first and original cause, to God, from whom flows all that happens. 3. To those with whom we live and share this world, and how our understanding might be of use to them. This is the joy of man, to live with kindness, with wisdom, and with understanding, in harmony with both nature and humankind. Verse 26, on pain and the soul's power. If pain is evil, then let us ask, what kind of evil is it? Is it evil in regard to the body? That cannot be, for the body by itself is insensible. It feels nothing, knows nothing. Then perhaps it is evil in regard to the soul. But the soul, she holds her own power. She can preserve her peace and tranquility. It is in the soul's power not to suppose that pain is evil, for judgment, deliberation, pursuit, and avoidance, these all arise from within. And the soul, unless it lets in the belief that pain is evil, is untouched by it. No evil can reach the soul unless the soul herself gives permission. Verse 27, the power of the soul. Wipe off all idle fancies. Clear the fog of false impressions. Say unto thyself again and again, now, if I will, it is in my power to keep all wickedness out of my soul, to keep out lust, to keep out confusion and unrest. Instead, I may choose to behold all things as they truly are, to see their nature clearly, to act towards everything with fitting judgment and measure. Remember this power, this gift that nature has given thee. It is always within reach. Verse 28, grave and modest speech. Whether thou speak in the Senate or in private discourse with any individual,
Let thy speech always be grave and modest. But take heed, thou must not parade thy understanding of truth, or openly declare the vanity of the world and of worldly men, even though truth and reason do indeed prescribe such speech. The form and tone must remain inwardly noble, not outwardly boastful. Speak with humility, even when you hold the clearest vision of what is truly good and truly civil. Verse 29, the death of a whole court. Augustus, his court, his wife, his daughter, his nephews, his sons-in-law, his sister, Agrippa, his kinsmen, his household, his friends, Arius, Maecenas, even the slayers of beasts for sacrifice and divination. There you have the death of a whole court together. Now move onward to those who lived after Augustus. Were they treated any differently by death, though so many, so proud, so stately while alive? Verse 29, the death of a whole kindred. Augustus, his court, his wife, his daughter, his nephews, his sons-in-law, his sister, Agrippa, his kinsmen, his household, his friends, Arius, Maecenas, even the slayers of beasts for sacrifice and divination. There you have the death of a whole court together. Now move onward to those who lived after Augustus. Were they treated any differently by death, though so many, so proud, so stately while alive? Consider now the death of an entire kindred, like that of the Pompeys, or those words engraved on tombstones, "He was the last of his own house." How anxiously did his forefathers strive to leave behind a successor, and yet one must always be the last. So again, reflect on the death of a whole kindred. Verse 30, contract thy life to a single act. Contract thy whole life to the measure of a single action. If in every act you do what is fitting, to the utmost of your power, let that be enough. And who can stop you from doing what is just, what is temperate, what praises the gods? Yes, perhaps an obstacle arises, and some outward act is hindered. But even so, you can turn toward that very obstacle with peace. Let your mind convert gently and equanimously to whatever may now be done in its place. In this way, another act arises, just as worthy, and your life, still contracted to the present moment, remains whole. Verse 31, hold blessings lightly. Receive temporal blessings without ostentation when they are sent, and when they are taken from thee again, let them go, with readiness, with ease. To hold lightly what the world gives is to be free from what the world can take. Verse 32, to be cut off from the whole. If ever thou sawest a hand or a foot or a head lying by itself, severed from the body, so must thou conceive him who is offended with what happens, or who breaks the law of human fellowship and charity. Such a one casts himself out of nature's unity, a part born for the whole, now cut off by his own doing. And yet, behold the greatness of divine goodness, that man, though severed, can be reunited. Other parts, once torn away, cannot return. But man, by his own will, may come back, may be made whole again. Verse 33, the universe turns all to its purpose. As she has with all things, so too the universe has gifted man a remarkable power, that whatever stands in her way, whatever resists her purposes, she still bends it, turns it, folds it into her plan. Though unwilling, it becomes part of her design.
So may you, a reasonable soul, use every hindrance, every obstacle as fuel, not to retreat, but to rise, to make these very trials serve your true purpose, your nature, your happiness. Verse 34, face only the present. Let not your mind be disturbed by some sweeping picture of how wretched mortal life can be. Do not wander, gathering future sorrows and past pains into one overwhelming burden. Instead, when something troubles you, ask yourself plainly, what part of this moment is truly intolerable? You'll hesitate to name it, because it's likely not as great as your mind first believed. Remember, neither the future nor the past can harm you, only the present. And even that, only a sliver of it at a time. Can you not endure a single moment? Yes, you can. Verse 35, foolish loyalty to corpses. What? Are Panthea or Pergamus still standing watch by their master's tombs? Or Chabrias or Diatimus, do they still guard the grave of Adrianus? What folly! And even if they did, would their masters know? If they knew, would they rejoice? And even then, were they immortal? They too aged, they too died. And once they were gone, what then became of their watchers? All this for what? A bag of blood and decay, a shell destined for dust. Verse 36, the only vision that matters. If you would be quick-sighted, then let it be in judgment. Let it be in wise discretion. That, and that alone, is true vision.
Verse 37, justice has no opponent. In all the powers of man, I find no virtue that stands against justice. But against pleasure, yes, there is continence, the power to resist temptation. But justice, it has no rival. Verse 38, the power of perception. If you can remove your opinion that something is harmful, then you are safe as anyone can be. But who is this you? Your reason. Ah, but I am not reason, you say. Very well. Even so, let not your reason grieve. And if some part of you still suffers, let it know its own sorrow, if it can. Verse 39, what truly harms the mind? That which blocks the senses is an evil to the sensitive part. That which halts pursuit or desire is an evil to the appetitive part. And whatever harms growth is an evil to the vegetative nature. In the same way, whatever hinders the mind, that alone is evil to the rational soul. Now, apply this to yourself. Are you in pain or pleasure? Let your senses deal with that. Are your plans obstructed? Then ask, did you plan with exception? Did you allow for what might be? If so, then your reason has not been harmed. Fire cannot reach it. Iron cannot touch it. Not tyranny, not gossip, not slander. None of these can penetrate your mind. Verse 40, if once whole, then unshaken. If the mind is once made round, complete, solid, and whole within itself, there is no fear that ever it will change. For what is whole needs nothing else. It cannot be bent, for it holds its shape from within. Verse 41, my joy is in this. Why should I grieve myself, who never willingly brought grief to another? One man rejoices in one thing, another in something else. But as for me, this is my joy. If my understanding be right and sound, averse to no man, refusing nothing that befalls me as a human being, if I can look upon the world meekly, kindly,
accepting all things, and dealing with each as it truly deserves. Verse 42. This moment is yours. This time, the one that is present, bestow it upon thyself. Those who chase after fame beyond death do not consider that the men of the future will be just like those they now struggle to endure, mortal, imperfect, fickle. And even if many voices in some future time cry out your name or judge your worth, what is that to you?
Verse 43. Unshaken by place. Take me and throw me where thou wilt. I am indifferent, for even there I shall carry within me that spirit which is propitious, well-pleased, and fully content. A spirit constant in disposition and steadfast in actions that are always true to its proper nature. Verse 44. The soul's worth. Is this, then, a thing of such worth that for it my soul should suffer? Should it become worse than it was, basely dejected, disordered in its affections, confused within itself, terrified? What, truly, can be so valuable that it should cost me my own peace? Verse 45. What truly grieves you? Nothing can happen to you that is not natural, to you as a man, just as nothing happens to an ox, a vine, or a stone except what's proper to their kind. If nothing happens except what is usual and natural, why are you displeased? If it is something external that grieves you, remember, it is not the thing itself, but your opinion about it, and you may cast that opinion aside. If it is your own failing that grieves you, then correct your judgments. If it grieves you that you cannot do what seems right, why not do it? But something stronger hinders me. Then do not grieve. It is not your fault. And if you think your life is not worth living unless this thing is done, then you are free to depart in peace, so long as you hold goodwill toward those who blocked your way. Verse 46, the invincible fortress. Remember, your mind is by nature unconquerable. When it withdraws into itself, seeking no satisfaction but this one, that it cannot be forced. Even if it resists without full reason, still it cannot be overthrown. How much stronger then when it is guided by reason and judges all things with calm discretion. Let this be your fortress, a mind free from passions. No stronger refuge exists, none more fortified, none more impenetrable. He who does not see this is unlearned. He who sees it and does not seek it is truly unfortunate.
Verse 47. See only what is. Hold fast to the first bare impression of things. As they come to you, let them come plainly, without your additions. It is said, he speaks ill of you. Very well. That he speaks ill, this much is reported. But that you are harmed by his words, that is not reported. That is your opinion, and that you can reject. You see your child is sick. That is what you know. But that he is dying, that is not yet known. Keep to the first truths as the world gives them, without shaping them into grief or fear by your own imagination. If you must add anything, let it be as one who sees clearly and understands the true nature of all things. Verse 48. Accept or avoid, then move on. Is the cucumber bitter? Set it aside. Do thorns block your path? Step around them. Let that be enough. Don't burden yourself with questions like, why are bitter things in the world? Or, why do thorns exist at all? Say that to a shoemaker in his shop, pointing at leather scraps, and he'll laugh at you. Say it in a carpenter's workshop, and he'll think you a fool. But nature, she has no back room, no waste pile. She transforms all, the spoiled, the broken, the bitter, everything within her, even the rotted and the ruined. She reabsorbs and turns into new life. She needs no new materials, no outside source, no place to discard what fails. Nature is complete in matter, in design, and in her own renewing power. Verse 49, steady the soul. Do not be sluggish in your actions. Let nothing you do be careless, loose, or driven by whim. Avoid being quarrelsome or difficult to live with. Do not let your thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind. Let your soul neither shrink timidly nor surge outward with violence. Do not fling yourself into excess or lurch into frenzy. And never, never let your soul sit idle, empty of purpose. Verse 50, the untouched fountain. They kill me, they cut my flesh, they curse me. What then? Can they touch your mind, make it unjust or intemperate? Can they stain your soul? Be like a fountain of sweet and clear water. If someone curses it, does the spring run bitter? No. If they cast dirt or dung into it, it is washed away, and still it flows, clear, uncorrupted. So too, let your mind run pure. Let nothing die or infect it. And how? By laboring daily toward true freedom, with compassion, with simplicity, with modesty. Let your soul be not a well that dries, but a spring that overflows.
Verse 51, the praise of the ignorant. He who does not understand the world does not know where he is. He who does not know what the world was made for cannot possibly grasp its nature or his place in it. And if you do not know what you were made for, then how can you know what matters? So why seek the praise of men who do not know where they stand or what they are? Do you long to be applauded by one who curses himself 3 times in an hour? To be admired by one who does not even admire himself? What value is there in the applause of the ignorant and restless? Book 8, verse 52. The breath of the universe. Let it not be enough just to breathe the common air that circles us. Breathe also the mind of the universe. Hold communion not only with the wind, but with the reason that surrounds all things. That reason is everywhere, diffused, penetrating all things, if only you will draw it in. As the body draws breath, so let the soul draw wisdom from the source that flows through all. Book 8, verse 53. The limits of harm. Wickedness does not harm the world. The wrongs of one do not wound another, only the one who commits them. And even to him a gift is granted, that whenever he wills, he may be free of it. Another's free will, like their breath or body, is indifferent to mine. We were made for one another, yes, but our minds, our reason, remain our own. If another's evil could ruin me, then happiness would lie in their hands. But it does not. Only my own faults can bring me low. Book 8, verse 54. Like the sunbeam. The sun, it seems to pour itself out, but it does not spill. It extends, it stretches. Its beams, called octines, are rays not of overflow, but of tension, drawn straight from their source. Look to a darkened room. A single ray enters through a narrow crack, a perfect line of light. It divides where it must, halts where it must,
yet does not fall nor flee. So must your mind extend, not effuse, not lash out. Let it meet each barrier without violence. Let it shine where it is welcome. Where it is not, let the fault lie not with the light, but with the thing that shuts it out.
Verse 55, on the fear of death. He who fears death, what is it he truly fears? Is it the loss of all sense? Then why fear? For where there is no sensation, there is no pain. Or does he fear a change in senses, a shift into something unknown? Then let him take heart. If sensation remains, so does life, though in another form. And if there is no sensation, then there is no self to suffer. So either there is no death, or there is no harm in it. Verse 56, on dealing with others. All men are made one for another. So then, either teach them better, or bear with them. Verse 57, on mental motion. The motion of the mind is not like the motion of a dart. For when the mind is cautious, wary, and turns in many directions through careful circumspection, it still moves straight toward its object, just as truly as when it charges forward without pause. Verse 58, on understanding others and openness. Pierce and truly penetrate into the state of mind of everyone you deal with, and likewise make your mind open, accessible, penetrable to theirs. Presented by Rust Books. This is Book 8 of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, written by an emperor to himself for strength, for clarity, for peace. These are not lessons for the world, but reminders for the soul. Let them guide you.
Welcome to Meditations, Book 9, presented by Rust Books. In this profound work, Marcus Aurelius explores the nature of existence, virtue, and the self. Here, he offers insight into the trials of the human mind, the challenges of living a moral life, and the acceptance of what is beyond our control. Book 9 delves deeply into the essence of true philosophy, teaching us to align with reason, to meet each moment with calm, and to recognize the transient nature of all things. Join us as we journey through these timeless reflections, as we seek peace and clarity in our everyday lives. Verse 1, he that is unjust is also impious. For the nature of the universe, having made all reasonable creatures one for another, to the end that they should do one another good, more or less, according to the several persons and occasions, but in no way harm one another. It is clear, he who transgresses this divine will is guilty of impiety toward the most ancient and venerable of all the deities. For the nature of the universe is the common parent of all. She is to be honored by all that exist. And that which now exists is connected by blood and kin to what first was and gave it being. She is also called truth, and she is the first cause of all truths. Therefore, he who willingly and knowingly lies is impious, for by lying he commits injustice. And he who lies unwillingly disagrees with the nature of the universe, and in his resistance violates the general order of the world. Such a man does no better than to strive and war against nature, applying himself to that which is contrary to truth. Nature had already given him instincts and opportunities enough to find the truth. But having neglected them, he now cannot discern the false from the true. He who pursues pleasures as true good and flees from pain as if it were true evil is also impious. For he must often accuse nature, saying she gives pleasures to the wicked and pain to the good, not according to merit. Again, he who fears pain and misfortune in this world fears what must inevitably happen. That fear is impiety. And he who chases after pleasure will not hesitate to act unjustly to satisfy his desires. That too is impious. Now, those things which nature holds as equally indifferent, pleasure and pain, would not both have been created if both were not to her indifferent. Therefore, those who would live according to nature must hold the same indifference. Whoever is not indifferent in the matters of pleasure and pain, life and death, honor and dishonor, those things nature uses without bias, such a person is impious. When I say that common nature uses these things indifferently, I mean they arise through the natural order of events, by necessity, as either causes or consequences, all according to that first and ancient deliberation of providence. For from the beginning she conceived a world, bearing within herself certain rational seeds and faculties of all things to come. Substances, changes, successions, just so many and just so shaped.
Verse 3. It were indeed more happy, more comforting, for a man to depart from this world, having lived all his life free from falsehood, from dissimulation, from indulgence, and from pride. But if this cannot be, then let it be some consolation to leave this life joyfully as one weary of such things, to fall out of love with them, rather than to desire to remain and to continue long in those wicked courses. Has experience not yet taught you to flee from the plague? For there is a greater plague than any sickness carried on the air. The corruption of the mind is a far deadlier affliction, far more dangerous than any physical disease. That plague afflicts creatures as living beings. But this plague strikes at men, as beings of reason. Verse 3. You must not face death with scorn, but as one who is well pleased with it. For death is among those things that nature herself has appointed. Think how you accept other changes. A boy becoming a young man, growing old, sprouting teeth, growing a beard, bearing children, delivering them. All natural to mankind according to the seasons of life. Even so is it with death. It too is a natural act. And so, the part of a wise man is not to meet death with pride or violence, but with patience, to await it as one of nature's operations. Just as you now wait for the child within the womb to come forth in its time, so should you calmly expect your soul to part from this outward coat, this skin in which it lies enclosed, like a child in the womb. But you desire something more relatable, a remedy against the fear of death that is not so philosophical, but more powerful and piercing. Then let this be your medicine. Nothing will make you more ready to part with life than to consider well both what it is you are leaving behind and what sort of mindset you shall be free of. True, you must not be offended with others. Take care of them, bear with them meekly. But still, remember this. When your time comes to depart, you will not be leaving behind men who share your values and beliefs. And if they did, that might well make you wish to stay. But now, see how wearisome it is to live among those who think so differently. So you may rightly say, hasten, I pray you, O death, lest I too forget myself. Verse 4. He that sins, sins against himself. He that is unjust harms his own soul, for he makes himself worse than he was before. And it is not only he who commits a wrong who is unjust, but he also who omits to do what is right.
for injustice often lies in what is left undone. Verse 5. If my present understanding of the moment is clear, if my present action is guided by kindness, and if my present disposition toward whatever proceeds from God is one of acceptance and peace, then that is enough. Verse 6. To wipe away illusion, to act with deliberation, to extinguish desire, to keep the mind free and wholly her own. Verse 7. Among all unreasonable creatures, there is but one kind of unreasonable soul. And among all reasonable beings, there is but one rational soul, shared among them all. Just as all earthly things share one earth, and all who see by the same light, and all who breathe draw breath from one air. Now, whatever partakes of a common nature is naturally drawn toward the whole. That which is earthly presses downward to the earth. Liquids seek to flow together. Air gathers into air. Without resistance or force, they cannot be kept apart. And fire, not only by its nature tends upward, but is quick to join with other flames. Anything too dry to resist is easily set alight. So too, whatever shares in reason, in that common rational nature, longs even more to unite with its own kind. For the nobler its nature, the deeper its desire for unity. Even among the animals, though they lack reason, flocks formed, herds gathered, swarms and broods flourished. A kind of natural affection bound them, stronger than that of plants or stones. And among reasonable beings there arose commonwealths, friendships, families, public gatherings. Even in war, conventions and truces. And beyond them, the stars, the planets. Though distant, they too reflect harmony and unity, responding to one another in mutual rhythm. So powerful is excellence that even across vast separation, it seeks unity. But now, look what has come to pass. Among reasonable beings, it is they alone who have forgotten this natural inclination toward one another. Among all things of one kind, only man lacks the shared desire to come together. Yet even if we flee from nature, we are caught by it. No matter what we do, nature prevails. And this you will see if you but observe. For sooner may you find earth where no earth is, than find a man who can live entirely alone by nature.
Verse 8. Man, God, the world, each in their own way, bears fruit. All things have their season to bear. Though by custom we use the word fruit for vines and trees, yet the truth remains. Reason too bears fruit. Some for others, shared, offered, useful, and some for itself, internal, quietly enjoyed. For reason is of a diffusive nature. What it is within itself, it begets in others. It spreads, it multiplies. Verse 9. Either teach them better, if it is within your power, or if it is not, remember this. For this very purpose, to bear with others patiently, mildness and goodness were given to you. Even the gods themselves are kind to such people. Yes, even in things like health, wealth, and honor, they often choose to help their endeavors. So gracious are they. And could you not be the same? Or tell me, what is it that stops you? Verse 10. Do not labor as one doomed to be wretched, nor as one who seeks pity or admiration. Let this be your only care, your only desire, that in all things, whether acting or refraining, you do so as the law of charity and the bonds of mutual society require. Verse 11. This day I came out of all my trouble. No, I did more than that. I cast out all my trouble. For that which troubled you, whatever it was never outside of you. It was within your own opinions. And until it is cast out from there, you cannot truly nor constantly be at ease. Verse 12. All these things, in experience, they are usual, ordinary. In their duration, they last but a day, and in their substance, they are base, even filthy. As they were in the days of those we have already buried, so they are now, no different. Verse 13. The things that trouble or affect us, they stand outside, beyond the door of the soul. They know nothing of themselves, nor can they speak anything about themselves to others. What then passes judgment on them? The understanding. Verse 14. Just as virtue and wickedness do not lie in passion, but in action, so too the true good or evil of a reasonable, charitable man does not consist in emotion, but in operation, in what he does. Verse 15. To the stone that is cast upward, its descent brings no harm, just as its rise brought no benefit. It is unaffected either way. Verse 16. Examine their minds and their understanding. Look closely at what kind of men they truly are, those whose judgment you fear. And ask yourself this: what do they judge of themselves? Verse 17. All things in this world are in a constant state of change. You too are always changing, and in some part even decaying, and so is the whole world. Verse 18. It is not your sin, but another's. Why should it trouble you? Let him answer for it, to whom it belongs. Verse 19. An action has an end. A purpose, too, reaches its conclusion. Even an opinion, it ceases completely, as if it dies. In all of this, there is no harm. Now apply this to a man's life. First, a child, then a youth, a young man, an old man. Every stage a kind of death, yet none of them are causes for grief. Think now of the lives you've lived, the life under your grandfather, then your mother, then your father. Look back over all the stages of your life, all the changes, the shifts, the endings. Ask yourself, was there sorrow in any of these transitions? Did you truly suffer through any of them? If not in those, then neither shall you suffer in the ending of your whole life, which is but one more cessation, one more change. Verse 20. As occasion requires, let your refuge be found quickly, in one of three places: in your own understanding, that it may resolve upon nothing unjust; in the understanding of the universe, to remember that you are a part of it; and in the understanding of the one you are dealing with, to consider, is he acting from ignorance or from knowledge? And remember also, he is your kinsman. Verse 21. You, whoever you are, were made for the fulfillment and harmony of a greater whole, a common society. Therefore, every action of yours must aim toward the completion of a life that is truly sociable. Any action, whether immediate or distant in effect, that does not serve the common good is disordered, misaligned. Yes, it is even seditious, like a citizen who breaks from the shared unity and divides himself from the body of the people. Verse 22. Children's anger, mere babble, empty noise, wretched souls, carrying dead bodies, struggling to keep them upright, only so they do not fall too soon, just as it is sung in that old mournful dirge. Verse 23. Look closely at the nature of the cause from which any effect arises. Examine it by itself, bare and unadorned, stripped of all material attachments. Then ask yourself, how long, how far in time can this cause, with its given qualities, truly endure? Verse 24. Countless are the troubles, the miseries you have already endured for this reason alone.
That for all your search for happiness, it did not suffice you, or rather, you did not believe it was enough, that your understanding was working just as nature meant it to. That, in itself, was a complete and sufficient joy. Verse 25. When someone accuses you falsely, reproaches you with hatred, or treats you with contempt, go straight to their mind, look into their understanding, see what kind of person they truly are, and you will find there is no real reason to be troubled by what such people think of you. And still, you must love them, for by nature they are your kin. Even the gods themselves, in the things they value most, are willing to help such people, through dreams, through oracles, just as they help others. Verse 26. Up and down, from one age to the next, the same ordinary things circle through the world, unchanging in their nature. Either the mind of the universe considers every particular thing before it happens, deliberating in perfect wisdom, and if that is so, then submit with humility to the decisions of such an excellent mind. Or perhaps, once for all time, it resolved everything at once. And now, whatever happens follows by necessity, each thing bound to the next, indivisibly, inseparably. In short, either there is a God, and then all is well. Or all things happen by chance, and still you may use your own reason, your own providence in matters that concern you. And if you do, you are well. Verse 27. Soon enough the earth shall cover us all, and then she herself will change. The cycle continues, from one stretch of eternity to the next, an unbroken, everlasting flow. Now ask yourself, can any man who truly contemplates in his mind the endless roll of change, the swiftness of these successions, the fleeting nature of all things, can he help but despise all worldly concerns? The force behind the universe is like a mighty torrent. It carries all things away. Verse 28. And these, your so-called politicians, the self-declared practical philosophers of the world, so full of affected gravity, so loudly devoted to virtue and honesty, what wretches they are in truth! How vile, how contemptible, even in their own eyes, if they dare to look. Oh man, what a noise you make! Do what your nature calls for now. Resolve to do it, if you can, and take no thought whether anyone sees it or not. Yes, you may say, I must not expect a Plato's Republic. Still, if they improve, even a little, I must be content. I must value even the smallest progress. But do any of them truly abandon their false opinions? For without that, without a change of belief, what is all their display but the misery of slavish minds? They groan inwardly, yet put on a show of obedience to reason and truth. Now then, tell me of Alexander, and Philippus, and Demetrius Phalereus, whether they understood what nature requires, whether they could govern themselves, they know best. But if they simply lived for display and power, thank the gods I am not bound to imitate them. The mark of true philosophy is a quiet simplicity and modesty. Do not persuade me toward ostentation and vain glory. Verse 29. Imagine standing on a high place and looking down. Here flocks gathered, there countless sacrifices, ships upon the sea, some in calm waters, others tossed by storms. See the differences, the varied states of things, some just coming into being, others already passing away. The intricate ties between all that exist together. Think also of the lives long past, and of those still to come, and of all the people, all the nations living now in distant unknown lands. Consider how many have never even heard your name, how many will soon forget it, how many who praise you now may shortly speak ill of you.
So then, neither fame, nor honor, nor anything this world offers is worth clinging to. What then is the sum of all? Whatever happens to you, if it comes from God, accept it contentedly. And whatever you do, if it comes from yourself, do it justly. That will be so if in both your intention and your action you seek no other end but to do good unto others, for this is what your nature as a human being was made for. Verse 30. Many of the things that trouble you, that press upon you, are within your power to remove, for they depend on nothing more than your own thoughts, your own opinions. Let them go, and you shall find you have space enough.
Verse 31. Hold the whole world in your mind, see it all together, and let the entire course of this present age pass before you. Fix your thoughts on how swiftly everything changes, how brief the span from the birth of a thing to its decay, yet how infinite the time before its birth, and how vast the time that will follow after its end. All that you now see will soon pass away, and even those who witness that passing, they too will soon be gone. He who dies at 100 and he who dies young, both come to the same end. Verse 32. Consider, what are their minds truly like? What do they understand? What is it they chase after? What do they love? And what is it they hate? Imagine if the state of their souls were laid bare for all to see. When they believe they harm someone deeply by speaking ill of them, or when they imagine they do someone a great favor by offering praise. Oh, how full they are then of nothing but conceit and opinion. Verse 33. Loss and corruption are in truth nothing more than change and transformation, and that is what the nature of the universe most delights in. For by change and through change, all things are done well. This has always been the way of the world from the beginning, and so shall it ever be. Or would you rather believe that all things have gone badly for countless ages, that the world for all this time has moved in ruin, and among so many deities was there no divine power to set things right? Is the world truly condemned to endless sorrow and misery forever? Verse 34. How base, how putrid is every common thing, water, dust, and from their mixture, bones, and all the loathsome matter that makes up our bodies, so prone to infection, so easily corrupted. And those things we admire, so prized, so praised. Marble? It is but the kernel of the earth. Gold and silver? Nothing but the heavy dregs of the soil. Your finest royal robes, what are they? Wool from a frightened sheep, dyed with the blood of a shellfish. And so it is with all things. Even your life, it is just the vapor of blood, and it too is ready to change into something just as common. Verse 35. Will this complaining, this murmuring, this endless dissembling never come to an end? What is it that troubles you now? What is it that happens you now? Has something new really happened? Why such amazement? At what exactly? At the cause? At the matter itself? Look closely. Is either of them truly so weighty? Truly so meaningful? Apart from these, there is nothing. And as for your duty toward the gods, it is time you fulfilled it with greater goodness and simplicity. Verse 36. To see these things for 100 years, or for only 3, it is all the same. Verse 37.
If he has sinned, the harm is his, not mine. But perhaps he has not. Verse 38. Either all things happen by the providence of reason, each part shaped for the good of the whole. And if that is so, then it is against reason for one part to complain of what serves the whole. Or, as Epicurus would have it, if all is governed by atoms, if life is nothing more than a chance confusion of matter, and death a mere scattering, then what is it that troubles you? Verse 39. Do you say to the rational part within you, you are dead, corruption has claimed you? Does it then pass waste as the body does? Does it graze like oxen or sheep? Is it truly like the body that it too must perish?
Verse 40. Either the gods can do nothing for us, or they can still and calm all the distractions and disturbances of your mind. If they can do nothing, why do you pray? But if they can, why not pray instead that they grant you the peace to neither fear nor desire those worldly things that disturb your mind? Why not pray for the strength to be content, whether they are present or absent, rather than seeking to obtain or avoid them? Certainly, if the gods can help us at all, they can help us in this. But you may say, the gods have given me my liberty, and it is in my power to do as I will. But if you can use this liberty to free your mind, to free it from baseness and servility and desire for things you cannot control, would that not be better? And as for the gods, who told you that they cannot help us even in the things they have given us the power to control? You will soon find out if you but try and pray. One prays to obtain his desire, to lie with someone he desires. Pray then that you may not lust for them. Another prays to be rid of someone. Pray that you may patiently bear with them, so that you need not desire to be rid of them. Another prays not to lose his child. Pray that you may not fear to lose him. Let all your prayers be for this purpose, and see what comes of it. Verse 41. In my sickness, says Epicurus of himself, my discourses were not concerned with the nature of my disease. That, to those who visited me, was not the subject of my talk. Instead, I spent all my time considering what was truly important, how my mind, by a natural and unavoidable sympathy, might partake in the suffering of my body, but remain free from trouble, and in possession of its own proper happiness. I did not leave the care of my body entirely to the physicians, to do with me as they pleased, as though I expected anything significant from them, or thought it of great consequence to recover my health by their means. For my present state, I thought, pleased me very well. It gave me content. So, whether in sickness or in any other kind of adversity, strive to be like him. Do not depart from your philosophy, no matter what befalls you. And do not listen to the trivial talk of foolish people, or those who focus only on the physical and natural.
Verse 42. It is common to all trades and professions to focus solely on the task at hand and the tool with which they work. Verse 43. When you are offended by someone's impudence, ask yourself this question. What? Is it possible that there should be no impudent people in the world? Certainly, it is not possible. Do not desire what is impossible. For this one, whoever he may be, is one of those impudent people the world cannot do without. The same reasoning applies to the subtle and crafty, the deceitful, and all who offend. While you reason this way in general, that such people must exist in the world, you will be better able to respond with meekness toward each particular one. Also, in these moments, think about what virtue nature has provided to counter such vices. For example, against ingratitude, nature has given goodness and meekness as an antidote. And against other vices, there are other virtues suited to them. And generally, is it not in your power to instruct those in error? For whoever sins deviates from their purpose and is deceived. And again, what harm does their sin do to you? You will not find that anyone who offends you has done anything to harm your mind, the only true subject of hurt or evil. So what is there to grieve or wonder about if the unlearned person acts in an unlearned way? Should you not rather blame yourself for not having foreseen it when it was very likely that such a thing would happen? And especially when you find fault with the ungrateful or deceitful, reflect upon yourself. For without question, you are much at fault if you expected loyalty from one of such a nature, or if you did good to someone and did not think that by the act itself you had already received your full reward. For what more would you want? To him who is truly human, you have done a good turn. Does that not suffice? What your nature required, you have done. Must you be rewarded for it? As if the eye for seeing or the feet for walking should require satisfaction. Just as the eye and feet, appointed for their natural purpose, can demand no more than to function according to their nature, so too, when man does good unto others, whether by helping them out of error or assisting them with their desires, he is doing what he was made for and can demand no more. Welcome to Meditations, Book 10, presented by Rust Books. In this book, Marcus Aurelius continues his reflections on the nature of the universe, the mind, and the true path to wisdom. Here, he delves deeper into the art of self-mastery and the acceptance of life's impermanence. With clarity and humility, he teaches us to live according to our true nature, to align with reason, and to find peace even in the face of life's trials. Join us in this journey of introspection and self-discipline as we explore the timeless wisdom of one of history's greatest philosophers. Verse 1. O my soul, the time will come, I trust, when you will be good, simple, single, more open and visible than the body that now encloses you. You will one day feel the happiness of those whose end is love, whose affections are dead to all worldly things. You will one day be full, wanting for nothing external, not seeking pleasure from anything, whether living or lifeless, that this world can offer. You will not long for more time, or the right place, or the favor of the weather, or of men. When you find contentment in your present state, and all things around you add to that contentment, you will persuade yourself that you have everything. Everything for your good, and all of it by the providence of the gods. And when you look to the future, you will be just as confident that all will go well for the perfect welfare and happiness of the soul. You will know that all things are in the hands of the one who is the perfection of life, of goodness and beauty, the one who begets and contains all things, and who recalls all things to himself to create again from them others like them. Such will be your disposition that you will be able, in relation to the gods and to men, to align your actions so that you never complain of them, nor do anything for which you may justly be condemned. Verse 2. As one who is wholly governed by nature, let it be your care to observe what your nature in general requires. Once you know this, if you find that following it as a living, sensible creature will not harm you, then proceed. Next, examine what your nature as a living, sensible creature requires. And whatever that may be, you may accept it and act upon it so long as it does not harm you as a reasonable living creature. For whatever is reasonable is also sociable. Keep yourself to these principles and do not trouble yourself with idle things. Verse 3. Whatever happens to you, you are, by your nature, either able or not able to bear it. If you are able, do not be offended. Bear it according to your natural constitution, as nature has enabled you. But if you are not able, do not be offended, for it will soon come to an end, both the difficulty and your own life, whenever that time comes. But remember this: whatever you can bear based on your true understanding of both profit and duty, that you can endure according to your nature. Verse 4, to him who offends, teach with love and meekness, and show him his error. But if you cannot do so, then blame not yourself. Rather, do not blame yourself at all, if your will and efforts have not been lacking. Verse 5, whatever happens to you, it is that which has been appointed to you from all time. For by the same chain of causes by which your substance was appointed to be, was also everything that should happen to it, destined and predetermined. Verse 6, either with Epicurus, we must imagine the atoms to be the cause of all things, or we must accept the existence of nature. Let this be your first foundation, that you are part of a universe governed by nature. Then secondly, that to those parts of the universe which are of the same kind and nature as you share a kinship. For if I always remember this, that I am a part, I will never be displeased with anything that comes to my share of the world's common chances. For nothing that is necessary for the whole can be truly harmful to the part. This is the common privilege of all nature, that it contains nothing within itself that is harmful to itself. It cannot be that the nature of the universe, whose privilege is that it cannot be constrained by any external force, should create anything that harms its own self. As I remember that I am part of such a universe, I will not be displeased with anything that happens. And as I have a kinship with those parts of the universe that share the same nature, I will be careful not to harm the community. In all my deliberations, those of my kind must be my focus. The common good will be my aim, and anything contrary to it, I will strive to avoid and prevent. Once these principles are fixed and concluded, just as you would think a happy citizen is one whose constant study and practice are for the good of his fellow citizens, and whose city's actions are in harmony with him, so too you will find that you can live a happy life. Verse 7, all parts of the world, all things within the whole world, must at some time or another come to corruption. Alteration, I should say, to speak more accurately. But for the sake of understanding, I will use the more common word, corruption. Now, if this alteration is harmful to them, yet unavoidable, do you not think that the whole itself would be in a sorry state, with all its parts subject to change, and by their very nature fitted for corruption, as they consist of differing and opposing elements? Did nature then, by design, intend the suffering and misery of her parts? Did she make them in such a way not only that they might fall into evil, but that they should, by necessity, do so? To say either of these is equally absurd. But setting aside the general nature of things, and considering the particulars according to their nature, how absurd is it to say that all parts of the whole are, by their nature, subject to alteration, and then, when such things happen, like sickness or death, to be surprised as though something strange has occurred? Though, perhaps, it may lessen your grief to consider that whatever dissolves is returned to the very elements from which it was formed. For every dissolution is either a mere dispersion, the elements returning to their origins, or a transformation, the solid returning to earth, the spiritual or subtle to air. Thus, nothing is lost. All is resumed into the rational generative seeds of the universe. This universe, either after a certain period of time, will be consumed by fire, or will be continually renewed by change, to endure forever. Now, this solid and spiritual substance, you must not think of it as exactly the same as what existed when you were born. For all that you are now, whether in body or in life, has only received its influx in the past few days, from the food you have eaten and the air you have breathed. It is no more the same as when you were born, than a running river, maintained by the constant influx and supply of new water, is the same. Therefore, that which you have received, not from your mother, but from the world around you, is what changes and corrodes. But even if the solid, more substantial part of it remains with you, what does it matter if the true qualities and affections of it, those qualities that distinguish one person from another, are entirely different?
Verse 8. Now that you have taken upon yourself the names of good, modest, and true, of Emphron, Symphron, Epemphron, be mindful, lest by any action contrary to these you lose the right to be called so. If you do, return to them quickly with all possible speed. Remember, the word emphron signifies a mindful, intelligent consideration of every object that presents itself to you, without distraction. The word symphron refers to a ready and contented acceptance of whatever happens, by the appointment of the common nature. The word eperphron describes a mind that reaches beyond all bodily pains and pleasures, honor and reputation, death, and all things of the same nature. It treats them all as matters of indifference, things that a wise man need not concern himself with. If you observe these virtues inviolably and do not seek to be called by others by these names, you will become a new person and begin a new life. To continue as you have been, to endure the distractions and troubles of your former life, is the path of foolishness, a person too fond of life. Such a person is like a wounded soul in the amphitheater, desiring only to survive until the next day, to be subjected to the same pain again. Therefore, set sail from the troubles of your former life, and embrace these few virtuous names. If you can remain steadfast in them, you will find yourself in a place of joy, like one who has been transported to the islands of the blessed, or the Elysian fields as described by Hesiod and Plato. Whenever you find yourself in danger of relapse and unable to master the temptations of your current station, find a quiet place where you can gather yourself. If that is not enough, be ready to depart your life, not in passion, but in a quiet, voluntary manner. This act, and this alone, may be the most commendable action of your life, the culmination of all your work, to leave when you must in peace. For the better remembrance of these names, it will help greatly to remember the gods often. For what they require of us, as many of us as are reasonable by nature, is not flattery or outward show of devotion, but that we should become like them. Just as all other creatures, like the fig tree, the dog, the bee, act according to their nature, so too should man act according to his nature, as a man.
Verse 9. Toys and distractions at home, wars abroad, sometimes terror, sometimes sloth, or a dull, lifeless stupor. This is your daily slavery. Little by little, if you do not pay attention, those sacred principles will be blotted out from your mind. How many things, which as a mere naturalist you have observed, according to their nature, do you simply let pass without further use? You should join action and contemplation in all things, so that you may attend to present duties with care, while also engaging in contemplation. In this way, you can experience the delight and pleasure that true contemplative knowledge of everything, according to its true nature, gives, without losing any part of it. For true contemplative knowledge, when action is subject to many obstacles, can still provide you with enough pleasure and happiness, not in an obvious way, but also not concealed.
When will you attain the happiness of true simplicity and unaffected gravity? When will you rejoice in the certain knowledge of every object according to its true nature, knowing its substance and matter, its purpose in the world, how long it can exist, what it consists of, who can use it, and who can give it or take it away? Verse 10. As the spider, when it has caught the fly it hunted, is not proud nor conceited of itself, as the hunter who catches a hare, or a fisherman with his net, as another who takes down a boar, or another a bear, so too may they be proud and celebrate their acts of valor against the Sarmatai, or the northern tribes recently defeated. For these two, these famous soldiers and warlike men, if you look closely at their minds and opinions, what do but hunt after prey? Verse 11. Find for yourself a clear and certain method of contemplation by which you can clearly discern and represent to yourself the mutual change of all things, how one thing becomes another. Keep this in your mind always, and make sure you are thoroughly practiced in this discipline, for there is nothing more effective in cultivating true magnanimity.
Verse 12. He has broken free from the bonds of his body, and knowing that in a very short time he must bid farewell to the world and leave all things behind, he applies himself wholly to righteousness in all his actions, and to the common nature in everything that comes his way. Content with these two things, to act justly in all things, and to accept with good will whatever God sends. What others say or think of him, or what they may do against him, he does not let trouble his mind. His only concern is to go straight ahead where right and reason direct him. By following this path, he follows God. This was the only thing that occupied his mind, his only business and occupation. Verse 13. What use is there in suspicion at all? Why should thoughts of mistrust and concern about the future trouble your mind? What is there to be done if you can search and inquire into what is to come? What need is there for more? And if you are able to perceive it clearly on your own, let no one divert you from it. But if you do not perceive it clearly on your own, suspend your action and seek advice from the best. If there is anything else hindering you, move forward with prudence and discretion according to the present occasion and opportunity. Always pursue what you consider most right and just. For to do what is right and to succeed in its pursuit must surely be happiness, since it is the only thing we can truly miss or fail at. Verse 14. What is it that is slow and yet quick? Merry and yet grave? He who in all things follows reason as his guide. Verse 15. In the morning, as soon as you awaken, before your judgments are influenced by your affections or external objects, while your mind is still free and impartial, ask yourself this: is it material whether the right and just action is done by yourself or by others when you are unable? For surely it is not. And those who live such lives, standing upon the praises or criticisms of others, have you forgotten what kind of people they are? What do they do in their beds, at their tables? What are their ordinary actions? What do they pursue, and what do they flee from? What thefts and wrongdoings do they commit, not with their hands and feet, but with the more precious part of them, their minds? For their minds, if they would but allow it, might embrace faith, modesty, truth, justice, and a good spirit. Verse 16. Give what thou wilt, and take away what thou wilt, says he who is well taught and truly modest, to him who gives and takes away. And it is not out of a stubborn or forceful resolution that he says this, but with pure love and humble submission. Verse 17. Live as indifferent to the world and all worldly things, as one who lives alone on a desert hill.
For, whether here or there, if the whole world is but one town, it matters little where you are. Let them behold and see a man, a true man, living according to the true nature of man. If they cannot bear with me, let them kill me, for it is better to die than to live as they would have you. Verse 18. Do not let it remain a matter of dispute or discourse what the signs and qualities of a good man are, but truly and actually be such. Verse 19. Always remind yourself and set before you both the general age and time of the world and the whole substance of it. Consider how all things in particular, in relation to these, are but as the smallest seeds, and for their duration, like the turning of the pestle in the mortar, just once around. Then fix your mind on every particular object of the world, and see it as it truly is, already in the state of dissolution and change, tending towards some form of decay or dispersion, or whatever it may be, that marks the death of everything in its own nature. Verse 20. Consider them in all the actions and occupations of their lives, when they eat and when they sleep, when they relieve themselves and when they indulge in lust. Again, consider them when they are in their greatest exaltation, in the midst of all their pomp and glory, or when they are angry and displeased, in a state of majesty, chiding and rebuking from a high place. How base and servile, not long ago, they were willing to be, just to reach such a state. And in a very short time, what will become of them when death has taken hold? Verse 21. What is best for everyone is what the common nature of all sends to each one, and it is best when it is sent by her. Verse 22. The earth, says the poet, often longs for the rain. So too does the glorious sky often yearn to fall upon the earth, which speaks of a mutual kind of love between them. And so, I say, the world bears a certain affection of love for whatever is destined to come to pass. Let my affections align with yours, O world. The same, and no other, shall be the object of my longing as is yours. And indeed, it is true that the world loves. And as commonly said and acknowledged, when, as the Greeks phrase it, echoed by the Latins, of things that were once, we say they love to be. Verse 23. Either you continue in this life, the life to which you have long been accustomed, and which therefore is tolerable to you, or you withdraw, leave the world of your own accord, and then you have your mind. Or if your life is cut off, rejoice, for you have completed your charge. One of these must come to pass. Be therefore of good comfort. Verse 24. Let it always be apparent to you and manifest that solitude and desert places, so highly esteemed and sought after by many philosophers, are in themselves only what they are. All things are the same to those who live in towns and converse with others, as they are to those who have retreated to the tops of mountains, or to desert havens, or any other isolated places. For anywhere you will find and can apply to yourself what Plato says of his philosopher, as private and retired, as if shut up and enclosed in some shepherd's lodge on top of a hill. There, by yourself, you must ask yourself these questions and enter into these considerations. What is my chief and principal part which has power over the rest? What is its current state as I use it? And what am I employing it for? Is it now void of reason or not? Is it free and separate? Or has it become so affixed and intertwined with the flesh that it is swayed by its motions and inclinations? Verse 25. He who runs away from his master is a fugitive, but the law is every man's master. Therefore, he who forsakes the law is a fugitive.
So is he, whomever he may be, that is sorry, angry, or afraid for anything that has been, is, or will be, by the appointment of the Lord and Governor of the universe. For he truly and properly is nomos, the law. Verse 26. From man comes the seed, which once cast into the womb, man has no more to do with it. Another cause succeeds and takes over the work, and in time brings a child, a wonderful effect from such a beginning to perfection. Verse 27. Always keep in mind and consider with yourself how all things that are now have been before, much in the same way and in the same fashion as they are now, and think of those things that will come after in the same light. Moreover, consider whole dramas and uniform scenes, or those that encompass the lives and actions of men from one calling or profession, as many as you have known in your own experience, or have learned about through reading ancient histories. For example, the whole court of Hadrian, the court of Antoninus Pius, the court of Philip, that of Alexander, and that of Croesus. Set them all before your eyes. You will find that they are all of the same kind and fashion, only the actors were different. Verse 28. As a pig that cries and flails when its throat is cut, imagine everyone who grieves for any worldly thing and takes on. Such a one is like him who, alone in his bed, bewails the miseries of our mortal life. Remember this: it is only to reasonable creatures that it is granted to willingly and freely submit to providence. But absolute submission, that is a necessity imposed upon all creatures equally. Verse 29. Whatever it is that you are about to do, consider it by yourself, and ask yourself this question: what? Because I shall do this no more when I am dead, should death seem grievous to me? Verse 30. When you are offended by someone's transgression, immediately reflect upon yourself and consider what you yourself are guilty of in the same way. For perhaps you too think it a happiness either to be rich, or to live in pleasure, or to be praised and commended, and so on with other desires. If you call this to mind, you will soon forget your anger, especially when, at the same time, you also remember that he was constrained by his error and ignorance to do what he did. For how can he choose otherwise as long as he holds that opinion? Therefore, if you can, take away from him the error that forces him to act as he does. Verse 31. When you see Satiro, think of Socraticus and Eutychicus or Hymen. And when you see Euphrates, think of Eutychio and Silvanus. When you see Alciphron, think of Tropiophorus. When you see Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. And when you look upon yourself, imagine someone of the Caesars. And for every person, consider someone from the past whose estate and profession were similar to theirs. Then let this come to mind: where are they now? Nowhere or somewhere? In this way, you will see how all worldly things are like smoke, vanishing away, or indeed nothing at all. Especially when you remember this, that whatever is once changed will never be the same again, for as long as the world endures. And you, how long will you endure? Why is it not enough for you if virtuously and fittingly you may pass that portion of time allotted to you, no matter how small it may be? Verse 32. What a subject and what a course of life is it that you so desire to be rid of? For all these things, what are they but fitting objects for an understanding that sees everything according to its true nature to exercise itself upon? Be patient, therefore, until you, like a strong stomach that turns all things into its own nature, or like a great fire that transforms into flame and light whatever is cast into it, have made these things familiar and as if they were natural to you. Verse 33. Let it never be within anyone's power to say truly of you that you are not truly simple or sincere and open or not good. Let anyone who holds such an opinion of you be deceived, for all this depends on you. Who is there to hinder you from being truly simple or good? Do not resolve to live in any way except as such. For indeed, it does not align with reason that one should live who is not such. What then, at this present moment, is the best action or speech, according to reason and discretion? Whatever it may be, it is within your power to do it or to say it. Therefore, seek no excuses as though you were hindered. You will never cease groaning and complaining until you find pleasure in doing, in every situation, whatever is in harmony with the proper constitution of man, man as he truly is. For you must consider that pleasure, whatever it may be, which you can do according to your own nature. And for this, every place will suit you. Just as the cylindrus or roller cannot move everywhere according to its own motion, nor the water, nor the fire, nor any other natural or sensitive thing, so too many things can hinder their operations. But the mind and understanding have this special privilege, that according to its own nature and as it wills, it can overcome every obstacle and move straight forward. Set before your eyes this happiness of your mind, how it is able to pass through all things, and is capable of every motion, whether as fire moving upwards, or as a stone moving downwards, or as the cylindrus rolling along a sloping surface. Content yourself with this, and seek nothing else. For all other hindrances which are not of the mind either belong to the body or arise merely from opinion, when reason fails to resist and cowardly submits to being defeated. These cannot truly harm or hurt you, for no such external hindrance can make you worse than you were before. In fact, if you make good use of them, you will become better and more praiseworthy for facing such hindrances. Remember always, nothing can harm a true citizen of the universe unless it harms the city itself, and nothing can harm the city unless it harms the law that governs it. These external obstacles do not harm the law or disrupt the course of justice and equity by which societies are upheld. Therefore, they do not harm the city or the citizen.
Verse 34. As one who is bitten by a mad dog is afraid of almost everything he sees, so too, to him who has been bitten by the dogma, or in whom true knowledge has made an impression, everything he sees or reads, no matter how short or ordinary, offers a good memento. It reminds him to be free of grief and fear, like the poet's words. The winds blow upon the trees, and their leaves fall to the ground. Then the trees begin to bud again, and by springtime, new branches appear. So it is with the generation of men. Some come into the world, and others go out of it. Verse 35. A good eye must be good to see whatever is to be seen, and not just green things, for that is the trait of sore eyes. So too must a good ear and a good sense of smell be ready for whatever is to be heard or smelled. And a good stomach must be indifferent to all kinds of food, just as a millstone is indifferent to whatever it was made to grind. In the same way, a sound understanding must be ready for whatever shall happen. But he who says, "Oh, that my children might live," and, "Oh, that all men might commend me for whatever I do," has an eye that seeks only after green things, or, like teeth, after what is tender. Verse 35. A good eye must be good to see whatever is to be seen, and not just green things, for that is the trait of sore eyes. So too must a good ear and a good sense of smell be ready for whatever is to be heard or smelled.
And a good stomach must be indifferent to all kinds of food, just as a millstone is indifferent to whatever it was made to grind. In the same way, a sound understanding must be ready for whatever shall happen. But he who says, "Oh, that my children might live," and "Oh, that all men might commend me for whatever I do," has an eye that seeks only after green things, or, like teeth, after what is tender.
Verse 36. There is no man so happy in his death that some of those by him when he dies will not be ready to rejoice at his supposed calamity. If he were virtuous and wise, will there not be someone who says to himself, "At last I shall be at rest from this pedagogue. He did not trouble us much, but I know well enough that in his heart he did much condemn us." Thus they will speak of the virtuous. But as for us, alas, how many things are there for which many would be glad to be rid of us? Therefore, when you think of death, think thus: I am now to depart from this world, where those who have been my nearest friends and acquaintances, those whom I have suffered for, prayed for, and taken such care of, even they would have me die, hoping that after my death they will live happier than they did before. What then should any man desire to continue here any longer? Nevertheless, whenever you die, do not be less kind and loving toward them. As before, see them, continue to be their friend, wish them well, and meekly and gently carry yourself toward them. Yet let it not make you more unwilling to die. Just as it fares with those who die an easy, quick death, whose soul is soon separated from their bodies, so must your separation from them be. To these nature had joined and annexed me. Now she parts us. I am ready to depart, as from friends and kinsmen, but without reluctance or compulsion. For this too is according to nature. Verse 37. Whenever you see any man do anything, immediately, if possible, ask yourself, what is this man's purpose in this action? But begin this practice with yourself first of all, and diligently examine yourself concerning whatever you do. Verse 38. Remember that what sets a man to work and has power over his affections, drawing them either one way or the other, is not something external, but what is hidden within every man's dogmas and opinions. That is rhetoric. That is life. That, to speak truly, is man himself. As for your body, which, like a vessel or case, encompasses you, and the many curious instruments attached to it, do not let them trouble your thoughts. For of themselves they are like a carpenter's axe, only because they are born with us and naturally stick to us. Without the inward cause that moves and restrains them, those parts are of no more use to us than the shuttle is to the weaver, or the pen to the writer, or the whip to the coachman.
Presented by Rust Books. Meditations, Book 11, by Marcus Aurelius. In this deeply reflective final book of Meditations, the Stoic wisdom of Marcus Aurelius invites us to contemplate the nature of our thoughts, actions, and the world around us. Through a series of reflections, Aurelius examines the importance of self-restraint, virtue, and living in accordance with the natural order. His thoughts urge us to remain true to ourselves, to remain undisturbed by external forces, and to act in harmony with the universe's grand design. Join us as we explore Book 11, where the pursuit of inner peace, reason, and justice remains ever relevant, offering timeless guidance for those seeking a life of purpose and tranquility. Verse 1. The natural properties and privileges of a reasonable soul are these: that it sees itself, that it can order and compose itself, that it shapes itself as it will, and that it reaps its own fruits, whatever they may be.
For plants, trees, and unreasonable creatures, whatever fruits they bear, whether literal or metaphorical, they bear them for others, not for themselves. Again, whenever and wherever her life ends, whether sooner or later, her soul has its own end. For it is not as with dancers or players, who, if interrupted in any part of their action, the whole action becomes imperfect. But the soul, in whatever part of time or action it is surprised, can make that which it has in its hand, whatever it is, complete and full, so that it may depart with this comfort: I have lived, and I lack nothing of that which properly belonged to me. Moreover, the soul encompasses the whole world, penetrates the vanity and shallowness of it, and stretches itself to the infiniteness of eternity. The cycle of all things, their revolution and restoration after a certain period of time to the same state and place as before, the soul comprehends all of this within itself. And with clarity, it sees this truth: neither those who follow us will see anything new that we have not seen, nor will those who came before us see anything more than we have. For he who has reached 40, if he has any wisdom at all, can, in a sense, see both past and future, for they are all of one kind. Just as it is proper and natural for the soul of man to love his neighbor, to be true and modest, and to regard nothing so much as itself, which is also the property of the law, so it appears that sound reason and justice come to the same thing. And therefore, justice is the chief aim that reasonable creatures ought to pursue as their end. Verse 3. That soul which is ever ready, even now at this moment, if need be, to separate from the body, whether by extinction, dispersion, or continuation in another place and state, how blessed and happy it is! But this readiness must not come from an obstinate and peremptory resolution of the mind, violently and passionately set on opposition, as Christians are wont to do. Instead, it must arise from a peculiar judgment with discretion and gravity, so that others may also be persuaded and drawn to the same example, but without any noise or passionate exclamations. Verse 4. Have I done anything charitably? Then I am benefited by it. Make sure that this thought is always present to your mind and never cease to consider it. What is your profession? To be good. And how should this be well achieved? But by certain theorems and doctrines, some concerning the nature of the universe, and some concerning the proper and particular constitution of man. Verse 5. Tragedies were originally introduced and established to remind men of worldly chances and accidents, that these things in the ordinary course of nature happen as they do. Men who were greatly pleased and delighted by such occurrences on the stage would not be grieved and afflicted by the same things in a greater stage. For here you see the end of all such things, and even those who cry out so mournfully to see Theron must bear them for all their cries and exclamations, just as others do. In truth, many good things are spoken by these poets. For example, here is an excellent passage. But if so be that I and my 2 children are neglected by the gods, they have some reason even for that. And again, it will but little avail thee to storm and rage against the things themselves. And once more, to reap one's life as a ripe ear of corn, and whatever else may be found in them of the same kind. After the tragedy, the ancient comedy was introduced, which had the liberty to speak against personal vices. Through this freedom and liberty of speech, it was of great use and effect in restraining men from pride and arrogance. To this end, Diogenes also took the same liberty. After these, what were the middle or new comedy for, if not, at least for the most part, for the delight and pleasure of curious and excellent imitation? It will steal away, look to it. No one denies that these also have some good moments, but what is the underlying foundation of that kind of dramatic poetry, if not what we have already said? Verse 6. How clearly does it appear to you that no other course of your life could better fit the practice of a true philosopher than the very course you are already on? Verse 7. A branch cut off from the continuity of that which was next to it must inevitably be cut off from the whole tree. So too, a man who is divided from another man is divided from the whole society. A branch is cut off by another, but he who hates and is averse cuts himself off from his neighbor, not realizing that at the same time he divides himself from the whole body or corporation. But herein lies the gift and mercy of God, the author of this society, that once cut off we may grow together again and become part of the whole once more. Yet, if this division happens often, the misery is that the further a man goes in this separation, the harder he becomes to reunite and restore. And although gardeners know that a branch once cut off and then grafted in is never quite like one that sprouted together from the beginning. Verse 8. To grow together like fellow branches in matters of good correspondence and affection, but not in matters of opinions. Those who oppose you in your right courses, as it is not in their power to divert you from your good action, so neither let it be in their power to divert you from your good affection towards them. But make it your care to keep yourself constant in both, in right judgment and action, and in true meekness towards those who either try to hinder you, or at least are displeased with you for what you have done. For to fail in either to give up out of fear, or to forsake your natural affection towards him who by nature is both your friend and your kinsman, is equally base, and much like the disposition of a cowardly fleeing soldier. Verse 9. It is not possible that any nature should be inferior to art, since all arts imitate nature. If this is so, then it is most improbable that the most perfect and general nature of all natures in her operation should come short of the skill of arts. Now, it is common to all arts to make something worse for the sake of the better. Much more then does the common nature do the same. Hence comes the first foundation of justice. From justice, all other virtues derive their existence. For justice cannot be preserved if we settle our minds and affections upon worldly things, or are prone to be deceived, rash, and inconstant. Verse 10. The things themselves, which you are so troubled to gain or to avoid, do not come to you on their own. Rather, you go to them. Let your judgment and opinion concerning those things be at rest. As for the things themselves, they stand still and quiet, without any noise or stir at all. And so let all pursuing and fleeing cease. Verse 11. Then is the soul, as Empedocles likens it, like a sphere or globe, when she is all of one form and figure, when she neither greedily stretches out herself towards anything, nor basely contracts herself, nor lies flat and dejected. But she shines all with light, by which she sees and beholds the true nature, both that of the universe and her own in particular. Verse 12. Will anyone contemn me? Let him consider on what grounds he does so. My care will be that I never do or speak anything that truly deserves contempt. Will anyone hate me? Let him consider that. As for me, I will be kind and loving toward all, and even toward him who hates me. Whoever he may be, I will be ready to show him his error, not by way of reproach or a display of patience, but ingenuously and meekly, such as the famous Phocion, if indeed he did not dissemble. For these things must be inwardly, so that the gods, who look inwardly and not at outward appearances, may see a man truly free from all indignation and grief. For what harm can it be to you, whatever anyone else does, as long as you can do that which is proper and suitable to your own nature? Will you not,
a man wholly appointed to be both what and as the common good requires, except that which is now seasonable to the nature of the universe. Verse 13. They contemn one another, and yet they seek to please one another. And while they strive to surpass each other in worldly pomp and greatness, they most debase and prostitute themselves in their better part, one to another. Verse 14. How rotten and insincere is he who says, I am resolved to carry myself towards you from now on with all ingenuity and simplicity. Oh man, what do you mean? What need is there for this profession? The thing itself will show it. It ought to be written upon your forehead. No sooner is your voice heard than your countenance must show what is in your mind. Even as one who is loved knows immediately by the look of their sweetheart what is in her mind. Such must a truly simple and good person be, like he whose armpits are offensive, so that anyone standing near him, as soon as they come close, cannot help but smell him whether they wish to or not. But the affectation of simplicity is by no means praiseworthy. There is nothing more shameful than perfidious friendship. Above all, that must be avoided. True goodness, simplicity, and kindness cannot be hidden. But, as we have already said, they will show themselves in the very eyes and countenance. Verse 15. To live happily is an inward power of the soul, when she is affected with indifference towards those things that are by their nature indifferent. To be thus affected, she must consider all worldly objects, both divided and whole, remembering that no object can of itself beget any opinion in us, nor can it come to us, but stands without still and quiet. It is we who beget, and as it were, print opinions in ourselves concerning them. Now it is in our power not to print them. And if they creep in and lurk in some corner, it is in our power to wipe them off. Moreover, remember that this care and circumspection of yours is to continue but for a while, and then your life will be at an end. And what should hinder you but that you may do well with all these things? For if they are according to nature, rejoice in them, and let them be pleasing and acceptable to you. But if they are against nature, seek that which is in accordance with your own nature, and whether it brings credit or not, use all possible speed to attain it. For no man ought to be blamed for seeking his own good and happiness. Verse 16. Of everything you must consider from whence it came, of what things it consists, and into what it will be changed. What will be the nature of it, or what it will be like when it changes? And remember that it can suffer no harm by this change. As for other men's foolishness or wickedness, that it may not trouble or grieve you, first consider generally, what reference have I to these? And remember that we are all born for one another's good. Then consider more specifically. As a ram is first in a flock of sheep, and a bull in a herd of cattle, so am I born to rule over them. Begin still higher. If atoms are not the origin of all things, for to believe that would be absurd, then we must grant that there is a nature that governs the universe. If such a nature exists, then all worse things are made for the sake of the better, and all better things exist for one another's sake. Secondly, consider the manner of men, what they are like at the table, and in their beds, and so on. But above all things, how they are forced by the opinions they hold to do what they do, and with what pride and self-conceit they do it. Thirdly, if they do these things rightly, you have no reason to be grieved. But if not rightly, they do them against their wills, through ignorance. For as Plato says, no soul willingly errs. Thus, whatever they do, it is against their will. Fourthly, remember that you also transgress in many things, and are just like them. Though perhaps you refrain from committing certain sins, you have in yourself the habitual disposition to them. Only fear or vainglory or some such foolish ambition restrains you. Fifthly, remember that you do not perfectly understand whether they have sinned or not. Many things are done with discreet policy. Generally, a man must know many things before he can truly and judiciously judge another's actions. Sixthly, whenever you grieve or make great woe, little do you remember that a man's life is but for a moment, and soon we shall all be in our graves. Seventhly, it is not the sins and transgressions themselves that trouble us properly. They exist only in the minds and understandings of those who commit them, but our own opinions concerning those sins. Remove the notion that they are grievous, and you will have removed your anger. How should you remove it? By reasoning with yourself that it is not shameful. For if shameful things were the only true evil, then, in following the common instinct of nature, you would avoid the evil by committing many unjust things, stealing and doing anything that would lead to your worldly ends. Eighthly, remember how many grievous things often follow from fits of anger and grief, far worse than the things you are angry or grieved about. Ninthly, meekness is an unconquerable force, if it is true and natural, not affected or hypocritical. For how can even the most fierce and malicious person stand against you, if you continue to be meek and loving toward him, even when he is about to wrong you? And when he wrongs you, with all meekness, teach him and instruct him better. For example, my son, we were not born for this, to hurt and annoy one another. It will be your hurt, not mine. Show him clearly and forcefully that it is so, just as even bees do not harm one another, nor do any other creatures that are naturally sociable. But this must not be done in mockery or in reproach, but tenderly, without harshness of words. And it must not be done for the sake of exercise or display, but in such a way that no one but him knows. These 9 points, as gifts from the Muses, remember them well. Begin today, while you are still alive, to be a man indeed. But take heed not to flatter them as much as to be angry with them. Both are equally uncharitable and harmful. In your passions, consider this: to be angry as not the part of a man, but to be meek and gentle, as it shows more humanity, so it shows more true manhood. In this there is strength, vigor, and fortitude which anger and indignation lack. For the nearer everything is to unpassionateness, the nearer it is to power. And just as grief comes from weakness, so does anger. Both, the angry and the grieving, have received a wound and cowardly yielded to their emotions. If you wish for a 10th gift, here it is, from Hercules, the guide of the Muses. It is the part of a madman to expect that there should be no wicked men in the world, for that is impossible. For a man to bear with the fact that wicked men exist, but not endure that any should transgress against himself, is against all equity, and indeed tyrannical.
Verse 17. There are 4 distinct dispositions or inclinations of the mind and understanding, which you must carefully observe. Whenever you discover them, you must rectify them. For each of them, say to yourself, this imagination is not necessary. This is uncharitable. This you speak as another man's slave or instrument. For nothing can be more senseless and absurd than that. As for the 4th, you must sharply check and upbraid yourself, for you are allowing that more divine part of you to become subject and vulnerable to the more ignoble part of your body and its gross lusts and desires. Verse 18. Whatever portion of air or fire there is in you, although by nature it tends upwards, it submits nevertheless to the ordinance of the universe, abiding here below in this mixed body. Likewise, whatever portion is earthy or humid, although by nature it tends downwards, yet it is raised upwards, and it stands or remains consistent against its nature. Even the elements themselves are obedient to the universe, abiding patiently wherever they are placed, though it is against their nature, until the time of their retreat and separation. Is it not a grievous thing then that your reasonable part alone should be disobedient and should not endure to keep its place? Even though nothing is enjoined that is contrary to it, but only that which is according to its nature. For we cannot say of the mind when it is disobedient, as we say of fire or air, that it tends upwards towards its proper element, for in such a case it goes the opposite way. For the mind's movement toward any injustice or incontinence or sorrow or fear is nothing else but a separation from nature. And when the mind is grieved by anything that has happened according to divine providence, it likewise forsakes its own place. For the mind was ordained to holiness and godliness, which especially consist in humble submission to God and His providence in all things, as well as unto justice. These are part of those duties to which we as naturally sociable beings are bound, and without them we cannot happily converse with one another. Indeed, they are the very foundation and fountain of all just actions. Verse 19. He who does not have one and the same general end always, as long as he lives, cannot possibly be one and the same man always. But this will not suffice unless you also add what that general end ought to be. For just as the general perception and understanding of all those things which are by most people considered good, but without a solid foundation, cannot be uniform and agreeable, so too must the end we propose for ourselves be limited and defined by certain proprieties and conditions, as of community. Nothing is good that is not publicly and commonly good. Thus, the end we propose for ourselves must also be common and sociable. For he who directs all his private motions and purposes to that end, his actions will be agreeable and uniform, and by this means he will remain the same man. Verse 20. Remember the fable of the country mouse and the city mouse, and the great fright and terror that the city mouse was put into. Verse 21. Socrates was accustomed to call the common beliefs and opinions of men the common bugbears of the world, the proper terrors of silly children. Verse 22. The Lacedaemonians at their public spectacles were accustomed to assign seats and places in the shade for their strangers, while they themselves were content to sit anywhere. Verse 23. What Socrates answered to Perdiccas when asked why he did not come to him. Lest of all deaths I should die the worst kind of death, he said. That is, not being able to repay the good that has been done to me. Verse 24. In the ancient mystical letters of the Ephesians, there was an item that a man should always keep in his mind some one or other of the ancient worthies. Verse 25. The Pythagoreans were accustomed early in the morning, as the first thing they did, to look up to the heavens, to remind themselves of those who constantly and invariably perform their task. They did this also to remind themselves of orderliness, of good order, and of purity and of naked simplicity, for no star or planet has any cover before it. Verse 26. How Socrates looked when he was forced to gird himself with a skin, his wife Xanthippe having taken away his clothes and carried them abroad with her. And what he said to his fellows and friends, who were ashamed, and out of respect to him, retired themselves when they saw him thus dressed. Verse 27. In the matter of writing or reading, you must be taught before you can do either. Much more so in the matter of life. For you are born a mere slave to your senses and brutish affections, destitute, without teaching, of all true knowledge and sound reason. Verse 28. My heart smiled within me. They will accuse even virtue herself with heinous and opprobrious words. Verse 29. As those who long after figs in winter when they cannot be had, so are those who long after children before they are granted them. Verse 30. As often as a father kisses his child, he should say secretly with himself, tomorrow perchance shall he die. As Epictetus said,
But these words are ominous. No words are ominous, said he, that signify anything natural. In truth, indeed, they are no more ominous than this: to cut down grapes when they are ripe. Green grapes, ripe grapes, dried grapes, or raisins. So many changes and mutations of one thing, not into that which does not exist, but into something that is not yet in being. Verse 31. Of the free will there is no thief or robber. Out of Epictetus, whose wisdom also teaches that we should find a certain art and method of assenting, and that we should always observe with great care and attention the inclinations of our minds, so that they may always remain with their due restraint and reservation, always charitable and in accordance with the true worth of every present object. And as for earnest longing, we should altogether avoid it, and use aversiveness only in those things that wholly depend on our own wills. It is not about ordinary petty matters, believe it. Believe it, that all our strife and contention lies, but whether, with the vulgar, we should be mad, or, by the help of philosophy, wise and sober. Verse 32. Socrates said, "What will you have? The souls of reasonable or unreasonable creatures?" Of reasonable. But what? Of those whose reason is sound and perfect, or of those whose reason is vitiated and corrupted? Of those whose reason is sound and perfect. Why then do you not labor for such? Because we already have them. What then do you strive and contend between you?
Presented by Rust Books. Meditations, Book 12, by Marcus Aurelius. In this final book of his timeless philosophical work, Marcus Aurelius reflects on the nature of life, death, and the universe. With a profound understanding of the transient nature of all things, he invites us to examine the true essence of our existence. Drawing on his Stoic beliefs, Marcus challenges us to live according to nature, to accept what we cannot control, and to find peace in our ability to choose our own responses to the world around us. Join us as we journey through his meditations on the fleeting nature of time, the interconnectedness of all, and the enduring wisdom of living with virtue, reason, and tranquility. Verse 1. Whatsoever you aspire to hereafter, you may even now enjoy and possess, if you do not envy yourself your own happiness. And that will be possible, if you forget all that is past, and for the future refer yourself wholly to divine providence, and bend and apply all your present thoughts and intentions to holiness and righteousness. To holiness, in accepting willingly whatever is sent by divine providence, as that which the nature of the universe has appointed for you, which also appointed you for this, whatever it may be. To righteousness, in speaking the truth freely, without ambiguity, and in doing all things justly and discreetly. Now, in this good course, let not other men's wickedness or opinion or voice hinder you, nor the sense of this pampered mass of flesh, for let that which suffers look to itself. If, therefore, whenever the time of your departing comes, you readily leave all things, and respect your mind only and that divine part of you, and this shall be your only fear, not that at some time you shall cease to live, but that you shall never begin to live according to nature, then you shall be a man indeed, worthy of that world from which you had your beginning. Then you shall cease to be a stranger in your country, and cease to wonder at those things that happen daily as things strange and unexpected, and anxiously depend on divers things that are not in your power. Verse 2. God beholds our minds and understandings, bare and naked from these material vessels, and outsides, and all earthly dross. For with his simple and pure understanding, he pierces into our inmost and purest parts, which from his, as it were by a water pipe and channel, first flowed and issued. If you too will do this, you will rid yourself of the manifold luggage wherewith you are encumbered.
For he who does not regard his body, nor his clothing, nor his dwelling, nor any such external furniture, must needs gain great rest and ease. There are three things in all which you consist of: your body, your life, and your mind. Of these, the two former are so far yours as that you are bound to care for them, but the third alone is properly yours. If you shall separate from yourself, that is, from your mind, whatever other men either do or say, or whatever you yourself have either done or said, and all troublesome thoughts concerning the future, and whatever, as belonging to your body or life, is beyond the jurisdiction of your will, and whatever in the ordinary course of human chances and accidents happens to you, then your mind, keeping herself loose and free from all outward entanglements, always in readiness to depart, shall live by herself and to herself, doing what is just, accepting whatever happens, and speaking the truth always. If you separate from your mind whatever by sympathy might adhere unto it, and all time, both past and future, and make yourself in all respects like Empedocles' allegorical sphere, all round and circular, and think of no longer life than the one that is now present, then you shall truly be able to pass the remainder of your days without troubles and distractions, nobly and generously disposed, and in good favor and correspondency with that spirit within you. Verse 3. I have often wondered how it should come to pass that every man loving himself best should more regard other men's opinions concerning himself than his own. For if any god or grave master standing by should command any of us to think nothing by ourselves but what we should presently speak out, no man would be able to endure it, though but for one day. Thus do we fear more what our neighbors will think of us than what we ourselves think. Verse 4. How come it to pass that the gods, having ordered all other things so well and so lovingly, should be overseen in this one only thing, that whereas there have been some very good men, who have made many covenants with God, and by many holy actions and outward services contracted a kind of familiarity with him, these men, when once they are dead, should never be restored to life, but be extinguished forever. But this you may be sure of, that if it be so indeed, this would never have been so ordered by the gods, had it been fit otherwise. For certainly it was possible, had it been more just, and had it been according to nature, the nature of the universe would easily have borne it. But now, because it is not so, if indeed it is not so, be confident that it was not fit it should be so. For you see yourself that now, seeking after this matter, how freely you argue and contest with God. But were not the gods both just and good in the highest degree, you would not dare reason with them thus. Now, if they are just and good, it could not be that in the creation of the world they should either unjustly or unreasonably overlook anything. Verse 5. Use yourself even for those things that you initially despair of. For the left hand, we see, which for the most part lies idle because it is not used, yet when it is called upon, it holds the bridle with more strength than the right, because it has been used to it. Verse 6. Let these be the objects of your ordinary meditations, to consider what manner of men, both for soul and body, we ought to be whenever death shall surprise us, the shortness of this mortal life, the immense vastness of the time that has been before us and will be after us, the frailty of every worldly material object, all these things to consider, and behold clearly in themselves, with all disguisement of external appearances removed. Again, to consider the efficient causes of all things, the proper ends and purposes of all actions, what pain is in itself, what pleasure, what death, what fame or honor, and how every man is the true and proper ground of his own rest and tranquility, and that no man can truly be hindered by any other. all is but conceit and opinion. As for the use of your dogmata, you must carry yourself in the practice of them more like a pancratiast, one who at the same time both fights and wrestles with hands and feet, than like a gladiator. For the gladiator, if he loses his sword that he fights with, he is lost, whereas the pancratiast has still his hands free, which he may easily turn and manage at his will.
Verse 7. All worldly things you must behold and consider, dividing them into matter, form, and reference, or their proper end. Verse 8. How happy is man in this power that has been granted unto him, that he needs not do anything but what God shall approve, and that he may embrace contentedly whatever God sends unto him. Verse 9. Whatsoever happens in the ordinary course and consequence of natural events, neither the gods, for it is not possible that they, either wittingly or unwittingly, should do anything amiss, nor men, for it is through ignorance, and therefore against their wills, that they do anything amiss, must be accused. None, then, must be accused. Verse 10. How ridiculous and strange is he that wonders at anything that happens in this life, in the ordinary course of nature. Verse 11. Either fate, and that either an absolute necessity and unavoidable decree, or a placable and flexible providence, or all is a mere casual confusion, void of all order and government. If an absolute and unavoidable necessity, why do you resist? If a placable and exorable providence, make yourself worthy of the divine help and assistance. If all be a mere confusion without any moderator or governor, then you have reason to congratulate yourself, that in such a general flood of confusion you have obtained a reasonable faculty, whereby you may govern your own life and actions. But if you are carried away with the flood, it must be your body perhaps, or your life, or some other thing that belongs to them that is carried away. Your mind and understanding cannot. Or should it be so, that the light of a candle indeed is still bright and shining until it is put out, and should truth and righteousness and temperance cease in you while you still have being? Verse 12. At the conceit and apprehension that such and such a one has sinned, reason with yourself. What do I know whether this is truly a sin as it seems to be? But if it is, what do I know but that he himself has already condemned himself for it? And that is all one as if a man should scratch and tear his own face, an object of compassion rather than of anger. Again, he who would not have a vicious man sin is like one who would not have moisture in the fig, nor children to whelp, nor a horse to neigh, nor anything else that in the course of nature is necessary. For what shall he do who has such a habit? If you therefore are powerful and eloquent, remedy it if you can.
Verse 13. If it is not fitting, do not do it. If it is not true, do not speak it. Ever maintain your own purpose and resolution, free from all compulsion and necessity. Verse 14. Of everything that presents itself to you, consider what its true nature is, and unfold it, as it were, by dividing it into that which is formal, that which is material, the true use or end of it, and the just time that it is appointed to last. Verse 15. It is high time for you to understand that there is something in you better and more divine than either your passions or your sensual appetites and affections. What is now the object of your mind? Is it fear, or suspicion, or lust, or any such thing? To do nothing rashly without some certain end, let that be your first care. The next, to have no other end than the common good. For, alas, yet a little while, and you are no more. No more will any of those things that now you see, or of those men that now are living, be any more. For all things are by nature appointed soon to be changed, turned, and corrupted, that other things might succeed in their place. Verse 16. Remember that all is but opinion, and all opinion depends on the mind.
Take your opinion away, and then, like a ship that has stricken in within the arms and mouth of the harbor, a present calm, all things safe and steady. A bay not capable of any storms and tempests, as the poet has it.
Verse 17. No operation whatsoever, if it cease for a while, can truly be said to suffer any evil, because it is at an end. Neither can he that is the author of that operation, for this very reason, because his operation is at an end, be said to suffer any evil. Likewise then, neither can the whole body of all our actions, which is our life, if in time it cease, be said to suffer any evil. For this very reason, because it is at an end. Nor can he truly be said to have been ill affected, who did put a period to this series of actions. Now this time or certain period depends on the determination of nature, sometimes of particular nature, as when a man dies old, but of nature in general, however, the parts whereof thus changing one after another, the whole world still continues fresh and new. Now that is ever best and most seasonable, which is for the good of the whole. Thus it appears that death of itself can neither be hurtful to any in particular, because it is not a shameful thing. For neither is it a thing that depends on our own will, nor of itself contrary to the common good. And generally, as it is both expedient and seasonable to the whole, in that respect it must needs be good. It is that also which is brought unto us by the order and appointment of the divine providence. So that he whose will and mind in these things runs along with the divine ordinance, and by this concurrence of his will and mind with the divine providence, is led and driven along, as it were by God himself, may truly be termed and esteemed the Theophoritos, or divinely led and inspired. Verse 18. These three things you must have always in readiness. First, concerning your own actions, whether you do nothing either idly or otherwise than justice and equity require, and concerning those things that happen to you externally, that either they happen to you by chance or by providence, of which two, to accuse either is equally against reason. Secondly, what our bodies are like whilst yet rude and imperfect, until they be animated, and from their animation until their expiration, of what things they are compounded, and into what things they shall be dissolved. Thirdly, how vain all things will appear to you when, from on high as it were, looking down, you shall contemplate all things upon earth, and the wonderful mutability that they are subject unto, considering withal the infinite greatness and variety of things aerial and celestial that surround it, and that as often as you shall behold them, you shall still see the same, as the same things, so the same shortness of continuance of all those things. And behold, these are the things that we are so proud and puffed up for. Verse 19. Cast away from you opinion, and you are safe. And what is it that hinders you from casting it away? When you are grieved at anything, have you forgotten that all things happen according to the nature of the universe, and that it concerns only him who is at fault? Moreover, what is now done is that which from ever has been done in the world, and will ever be done, and is now done everywhere. How nearly all men are allied one to another, by a kindred not of blood, nor of seed, but of the same mind. You have also forgotten that every man's mind partakes of the deity, and issues from thence, and that no man can properly call anything his own, not even his son, nor his body, nor his life, for they all proceed from that one who is the giver of all things. All things are but opinion. No man lives properly, but that very instant of time which is now present. And therefore, no man, whenever he dies, can properly be said to lose any more than an instant of time. Verse 20. Let your thoughts ever run upon them, who once, for some one thing or other, were moved with extraordinary indignation.
who were once in the highest pitch of either honor or calamity, or mutual hatred and enmity, or of any other fortune or condition whatsoever. Then consider what's now become of all those things. All is turned to smoke, all to ashes and a mere fable, and perhaps not so much as a fable, as also whatsoever is of this nature, as Fabius Catilinus in the field, Lucius Lupus and Stertinius at Baia, Tiberius at Capreia, and Vellius Rufus, and all such examples of vehement prosecution in worldly matters. Let these also run in your mind at the same time. And how vile every object of such earnest and vehement prosecution is, and how much more agreeable to true philosophy it is for a man to carry himself in every matter that offers itself, justly and moderately, as one that follows the gods with all simplicity. For a man to be proud and high-conceited, that he is not proud and high-conceited, is of all kinds of pride and presumption the most intolerable.
Verse 21. To them that ask thee, where hast thou seen the gods? Or how knowest thou certainly that there are gods, that thou art so devout in their worship? I answer first of all, that even to the very eye they are in some manner visible and apparent. Secondly, neither have I ever seen mine own soul, and yet I respect and honor it. So then for the gods, by the daily experience that I have of their power and providence towards myself and others, I know certainly that they are, and therefore worship them. Verse 22. Herein doth consist the happiness of life, for a man to know thoroughly the true nature of everything, what is the matter and what is the form of it, with all his heart and soul, ever to do that which is just, and to speak the truth. What then remaineth but to enjoy thy life in a course and coherence of good actions, one upon another immediately succeeding, and never interrupted, though for never so little a while? Verse 23. There is but one light of the sun, though it be intercepted by walls and mountains, and other thousand objects. There is but one common substance of the whole world, though it be concluded and restrained into several different bodies, in number infinite. There is but one common soul, though it be divided into innumerable particular essences and natures. So is there but one common intellectual soul, though it seem to be divided. And as for all other parts of those generals which we have mentioned, as either sensitive souls or subjects, these of themselves, as naturally irrational, have no common mutual reference one unto another, though many of them contain a mind or reasonable faculty in them, whereby they are ruled and governed. But of every reasonable mind, this the particular nature, that it hath reference to whatsoever is of her own kind, and desireth to be united. Neither can this common affection, or mutual unity and correspondency, be here intercepted or divided, or confined to particulars as those other common things are. Verse 24. What doest thou desire? To live long. What? To enjoy the operations of a sensitive soul, or of the appetitive faculty? Or wouldst thou grow and then decrease again? Wouldst thou long be able to talk, to think, and reason with thyself? Which of all these seems unto thee a worthy object of thy desire? Now if of all these thou dost find that they be but little worth in themselves, proceed on unto the last, which is, in all things, to follow God and reason. But for a man to grieve that by death he shall be deprived of any of these things is both against God and reason. Verse 25. What a small portion of vast and infinite eternity it is that is allowed unto every one of us, and how soon it vanisheth into the general age of the world. Of the common substance and of the common soul also, what a small portion is allotted unto us. And in what a little clod of the whole earth, as it were, it is that thou doest crawl. After thou shalt rightly have considered these things with thyself,
Fancy not anything else in the world any more to be of any weight and moment, but this, to do that only which thine own nature doth require, and to conform thyself to that which the common nature doth afford. Verse 26. What is the present estate of my understanding? For herein lieth all indeed. As for all other things, they are without the compass of mine own will. And if without the compass of my will, then are they as dead things unto me, and as it were mere smoke. Verse 27. To stir up a man to the contempt of death, this, among other things, is of good power and efficacy, that even they who esteemed pleasure to be happiness and pain misery, did nevertheless many of them contemned death as much as any. And can death be terrible to him to whom that only seems good which in the ordinary course of nature is seasonable? To him to whom, whether his actions be many or few, so they be all good, is all one. And who, whether he behold the things of the world being always the same, either for many years or for few years only, is altogether indifferent. O man, as a citizen thou hast lived, and conversed in this great city, the world. Whether just for so many years or no, what is it unto thee? Thou hast lived, thou mayest be sure, as long as the laws and orders of the city required, which may be the common comfort of all. Why then should it be grievous unto thee, if not a tyrant nor an unjust judge, but the same nature that brought thee in doth now send thee out of the world? As if the praetor should fairly dismiss him from the stage whom he had taken in to act a while. Oh, but the play is not yet at an end, there are but 3 acts yet acted of it. Thou hast well said, for in matter of life 3 acts is the whole play. Now to set a certain time to every man's acting belongs unto him only, who as first he was of thy composition, so is now the cause of thy dissolution. As for thyself, thou hast to do with neither. Go thy ways then, well pleased and contented, for so is he that dismisseth thee.